Good morning and welcome to the special meeting of the Calaveras County Planning Commission to begin our review of the Calaveras County Zoning Code update. We are going to get started with a Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any staff announcements or agenda changes today?
No, we do not.
Thank you. We have no consent agenda items. And we do not have general public comment on the agenda today, but if somebody is here to speak to something other than the zoning code update, can you let us know? No. Okay. Then we will get started with our...
If there's any questions that we do have, are we able to?
There'll be an opportunity to comment during our review of the zoning code update. It's just sometimes there are people here who want to talk about something that's not on the agenda at all. So, and we usually give them a chance in the beginning. You'll have an opportunity today. So we will get started with our regular agenda and item 2023-046. ZA comprehensive update to county zoning code, and I believe Gina's going to introduce this
as best as I can. So welcome everyone. A lot of new faces. Some of you may have been tuning in over the last 8 months through Zoom. Not a lot of folks out in the audience, so it's kind of nice to see faces for a change. So just to kind of update you as to where we are, 8 months ago, we began the review and lengthy discussions over the administrative draft zoning code update. To date, all of the Planning Commission's recommended edits have been rolled into the draft zoning code, and those are all reflected in the posted version of the draft update dated April 2024. So the intent of today's meeting is to fine-tune the zoning code update. I think a few of the commissioners, maybe now that they've had a chance to review all of the, what we keep referring to as the final draft, I think they have maybe a few little housekeeping items that we'll discuss. In addition, as a result of all the changes that we've been making over the last 8 months, we now have a finalized list of parcels to be rezoned as a result of what we're doing in the zoning code update. So with that, just kind of a short overview, we initially thought we were going to have to rezone almost close to 5,000 parcels. Through the changes that we've made over the last 8 months, we've now whittled that list down to about 2,087. So the majority of this morning's discussion is going to be the map itself, and then afterwards we'll roll into any little fine-tuning, housekeeping kinds of items that you see fit. Of course, we'll get participation with the public as necessary. So in addition to the zoning map, we sent out notices, as you know, initially. We turned around and sent out notices again prior to this meeting. Through that process, I actually have 2 landowner requests for reconsideration that I will discuss in this summary. So today, our intent is to, of course, go through all of this and then take action, hoping that you can make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, for which then we will schedule another public hearing for their consideration for adoption of both the zoning code update and the zoning map. So 2 parts. So rolling right into the changes on the map. So as you recall, there are 2 changes to base zones, primarily RM, rural home industry, and RC, rural commercial. We found that these zones overlap in zoning regulations and are redundant, and therefore we've all agreed that they should just be eliminated. As a result, we have to do something with the zoning of those parcels that, that currently are zoned RM and RC. So the RM, rural home industry zone, is a base zone that identifies small-scale industries as a secondary use to residential uses. Currently, the procedure involves a rezoning of properties to RM, but that's not sufficient to allow a variety of enumerated uses like you would find in other base zones. There's actually a second component where it requires a conditional use permit. So we all agree that the 2-step process wasn't necessary. So the draft has proposed to eliminate the RM zone and simply just go straight to the zoning or to the conditional use permit. So the provisions for a CUP are still, or have now been incorporated into code, no longer needing the zoning amendment. As we know, conditional use permits run with the land, so any lawfully existing businesses will be allowed to continue as is through their use permit. So at this point, we've got 12 parcels that need to be rezoned. Took a look at all 12 of them, and the proposal is to rezone those parcels zoned RM to RA and RR, which are all, both zones are consistent with the specific land use designations for all of those parcels. Didn't get any concerns over the public. Those particular individuals got 2 public notices. We did field a couple phone calls, but everything was fine in the end, and there was no objection to what was proposed. So the RC zone was found to not really have anything unique about it. As a matter of fact, it was identical, uses were identical to those uses enumerated in C1 and C2, and all 3 zones are only allowed in the same land use designations. So unlike the title rural commercial, it didn't really serve like a separate purpose. So as you recall, we've proposed to eliminate the RC zone. Again, now we need to rezone parcels that are currently zoned with an RC. So there are 39 parcels in the county that are currently zoned RC. Most of those will go to either C1 or C2, local commercial and general commercial. We made that determination based on existing uses, surrounding zoning, and the underlining general plan land use designation. Now, there are 2 exceptions to that. One happens to be a portion of APN 58001024, which is the Spence Ranch Feed and Supply store just outside of Altaville. That is a portion of a much larger parcel. The remainder of that parcel is zoned A1ME. So years ago, the County Board of Supervisors approved a zoning amendment to basically zone a portion of a larger parcel RC to accommodate the existing feed store use. So right now, as drafted, a feed supply store is an administrative use in an A1 zone. And being that this is a lawfully existing, pre-existing, and now would be considered non-conforming use of the property in an A1 zone, they are allowed to continue. as long as, you know, there's no discontinuance, or I should say, as long as the use is not revoked by your body, then it's going to be able to be continued as it is today. They can expand on the use by applying for an administrative use permit. I think the owner of Spence Ranch is here today. If you have any questions of him, and he may even have some concerns subsequently, we've had conversations at the counter in addition to email correspondence back and forth. I think he might have some concerns, but he may just be kind of holding tight. But again, he's here if you have any further questions about that. The second part of the in the RC zone were two other parcels in Vallecito, 66015004 and 66015015. Those parcels are currently designated rural residential in the general plan. So that's a rural residential land use designation. Unlike most of the other properties where we found that they were actually designated commercial, these were not. There was no evidence of a commercial business on site. There was no evidence through either building permit files or business license files or even assessor's records that indicated there were existing businesses. So those two parcels are proposed to be zoned RR, rural residential, for compatibility with the land use designation. So rolling into the changes that we're making in the overlay zones, or previously referred to as combining zones, we are proposing to eliminate HL, height limitation, the PX off-site parking combining zone, as well as MHP, which is the mobile home park combining zone. So starting with the HL, the purpose of the height limitation zone is to regulate the height of objects in the vicinity of airports, and that is both public airports and private airports. So we also have a combining zone or an overlay zone that is a reference to the airport overflight zone. So we actually have two overlay zones that regulate the same area and specifically the same plan, which is the Calaveras County Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. So there are a number of combinations of zoning that we found in that area. Mostly it was a HL. Some of the parcels were zoned with an AO. Others were zoned with an HL and an AO. So to make life easier and less complicated, if you recall, we decided to eliminate the HL overlay zone, rolling all of those regulations into the AO overlay zone and calling it good. So we've got one instead of two. I think it'll make life a lot easier. So obviously all of those parcels that are currently zoned HL have to be rezoned. So that's being done through this practice as well. In addition to that, we have two conditional use permits in the county for private airports. It's unknown as to whether or not one of those two is actually still in operation. But unlike the purpose and the applicability of the HL zone, the HL overlay was only applied to the parcels that were specifically enumerated with the conditional use permit. So they didn't affect the surrounding lands in relation to those private airstrips. It was only to restrict the property for which the airstrips were on. So we felt it wasn't necessary. Obviously, if you're operating, you know, a private airfield, you're not going to put up something that's going to obstruct your, you know, your aircraft ability to land and take off. So that's kind of almost self-regulating. But in addition, all of those uses are only permitted with approval of a conditional use permit. So at any time in the future, we have another conditional use permit discretionary application that we might be considering for another airport use, whether it's private or public. They will have to comply with all FAA rules. In addition, if those parcels happen to be obviously within the airport area of influence, then that's a whole nother issue. They've got that plan that they have to be compliant with. So again, we're proposing to zone those parcels, those privately owned airstrip parcels, to eliminate the HL and just reflect the base zone. So again, use permits are valid, they run with the land, so we'll go ahead and address any height limitation issues that might be a concern through future use permits. The PX offsite combining zone is no longer necessary. Through the draft zoning code update, we've rolled in provisions to allow offsite parking. That's been incorporated into the parking standards, so we no longer need to have a specific zone that identifies an agreement of some sort. And in reality, when I actually went back to try to figure out what kind of connection and what parcels might be affected by the PX, there was no evidence in previous files that actually gave you an indication of what parcel the PX was supposed to be applied to. The idea, I believe, was to, if you were developing a piece of property and you could not meet your parking standards, but you had an adjacent parcel that you could come into some sort of an agreement that said that their parking was allocated to your development. Unfortunately, there's nothing in the record that actually makes that connection between those parcels. So it really wasn't necessary. I think we all agreed. So we're going to rezone all those parcels from PX to simply reflect the base zone. Similar scenario with the MHP, the mobile home combining zone. We no longer need to actually zone parcels MHP. They have to go through a use permit process. And currently there are only 4 out of the 6 parcels in the county that are zoned with an MHP overlay zone that actually have current use permits for mobile home parks. So again, one more layer of process that isn't necessary, so we're just going to eliminate that. So the intent is to rezone all 6 parcels that are currently zoned MHP to simply reflect the base zone. We are making some changes, as you know, to the PD overlay zone. Currently, provisions in code serve 2 different purposes. The first is what we refer to as a traditional plan development application. The process is to allow consideration of coordinated development for properties where greater consideration is warranted. As an example, we have townhome projects, mixed-use condominium projects that were approved under a PD. The Arbors and Murphys is a fine example of that. So we have identified, I went through the entire plan development list of parcels and identified all of the properties that were true planned unit developments. We are keeping those, retaining the PD overlay. For all the other properties, the other provision that's currently rolled into PD, or for the purpose of PD, is the implementation of design review for new development. You're very much aware that primarily those parcels that were zoned with the PD for design review purposes were parcels that were previously part of a community plan in 2019, with the adoption of the general plan update, all of those community plans that were previously adopted have been rescinded. Those plans, for the most part, had some, outlined some very vague standards to maintain a common theme in their community. Design review and plan development for aesthetic purposes have really kind of taken from one, have just been kind of changed throughout the years. At one point in history, the Board of Supervisors actually abolished design review, created PD, it came back to us, and we've all been experiencing the troubles that we have with PD. Without actual design guidelines, it's near impossible to find any compatibility. We just really have to have those standards, and so I think we all agree that we needed to revise and update the plan development combining zone. Now we do have the DR combining zone already enumerated into code. Currently, we only have one community in the entire county that has design guidelines, which is McCollum Hill. So everything in McCollum Hill that's designated with the DR has to go through an official design review process. And I am certain that after adoption of this code, that more communities will probably follow suit and develop guidelines. And at that point, we will rezone parcels with a DR overlay to reflect the design guidelines and the need for an additional process. So at this point, we are proposing to eliminate the PD overlay zone for all of those parcels that were not otherwise identified as planned unit development. Again, the McCollum Hill community has already been rezoned DR, so they are set aside from this process. Everyone else will just simply be rezoned back down to the base zone, eliminating PD. So through this whole entire process, we did come across some other, what we keep referring to as cleanup items. In 2010, the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan was adopted. And that plan actually expanded the area of influence from the previous airport-specific plan. So, or I should say special plan. So prior to the current airport land use compatibility plan, we had a special plan that identified issues and regulation and whatnot with the surrounding area for the county airport. That area of influence was much smaller than the compatibility plan's identification of the area of influence. For some reason, those parcels within that gap never got rezoned. So through this practice, we're cleaning that up, and we are rezoning all of the parcels that were not previously rezoned for consistency and identification with the compatibility plan for the airport. So any parcel that is within that area of influence that was not previously zoned will be zoned A1 or AO, excuse me. Also, through this exercise, we noted that there was approximately 1,264 parcels in the county that are still zoned with an MH overlay zone. That MH was mobile home. That too has changed over the years. Starting from the way back in the day, you had to have your parcel zoned MH in order to put a manufactured home on the property, or as we refer to as a mobile home on the property, and being used as a single family residence. So you couldn't just simply come in and get a building permit like you could for a stick-built home. There were special provisions that were set aside for mobile homes. We don't do that anymore. So 30 years ago, we eliminated the MH overlay zone from code, but again, didn't come back and do a zoning map cleanup. So as a result, we've got about 1,200 parcels that are still zoned with an MH, which doesn't mean anything. So get it cleaned up. Let's just rezone them all, take care of that. After the 2019 general plan update, we did come back through, and Peter was here at the time, and he actually came through with a zoning map cleanup again. And one of those things was to rezone all of the parcels that were zoned, those two interim zones, unclassified and highway service. For some reason, there's about 5 parcels in the county that got missed. And I think how it happened was they were split zoned. And so when we did the GIS query, it just didn't pick them up. But we found them this time. And so what I'm doing is through this exercise, we're proposing to change those 5 parcels to zones that are consistent with the general plan land use designation. So we've got, initially we proposed to eliminate the provisions in current code regarding the combining area regulations. That is the reference to the X, in addition to the numeric value of hyphenated values that are applied to the base zones. Through some much consideration, Peter and I really sat down and thought about this. We think that this needs some further review. So our proposal at this time is to not eliminate those two, the combining area regulations from code as initially thought to do. Just for an overview, the X combining district restricts parcels from further land division. It was initially proposed, as I just said, to be eliminated, but really we found that there were a lot of inconsistencies and kind of unanswered questions in our mind. We didn't want to be hasty, so we just decided, let's leave it as is. We'll come back at a later time. We can revisit it. If we find it's necessary at a later time, we can go ahead and eliminate the X, or we might still find value in keeping it, but we just didn't want to make that decision right now. We just had a lot of questions in our own mind as to whether or not it was consistent with the general plan, so we decided to pull back and not rezone those parcels. So everything that was is currently zoned with an X overlay is going to remain. We're not going to rezone those. So the numeric value hyphenated on the base zone is used to designate density and parcel size, and again was commonly applied to community plan areas. The 2019 general plan update repealed previously approved community plans. The general plan update applied new land use designations across the board, which in most cases result in a higher density allowance than what is currently restricted by those parcels with those numeric values on the zoning. So again, just as the X designation, we just don't want to be too hasty and make any decisions that we have to then come back and undo. So we're just going to take these on a case-by-case basis as they come up. And again, this is not the final, the final revision we're going to do to the zoning code update. We plan on revisiting the zoning code and the map on an annual basis to try to keep things kind of neat and tidy and up to date, and to address those issues that are coming up throughout the year. So this is not the last time. We'll probably revisit it, but we just didn't want to, again, be hasty and make any of those decisions now with so many questions still left in our own minds. So all of those parcels are proposed to remain the same. We're not going to rezone them, with the exception of some parcels in the San Andreas community plan area. So there are a number of parcels in the San Andreas community area over around Lewis Avenue near the elementary school that were zoned R2, 14,300. All of those land use designations got changed to residential medium density with public water and public sewer. There's a potential for 6 to 12 dwelling units per acre. There is approximately 14.9 acres of undeveloped land in this particular area. with its location to services, shopping, banking, the hospital, its close proximity to both the elementary school as well as the high school in town, it's just really a prime location for housing, in addition to the fact that it's in the water and sewer district. So the properties, those properties were really seen as kind of like properties that could be potentially immediately developed. That's where we really want to see our high density. We felt that the 14,300 reference was really restrictive. So we're proposing to eliminate that, that combining regulation, if you will, just on those specific parcels. And if we want to take a look at those, I can probably zoom in real quickly.
Let me interrupt.
Yes.
Is that reflected in this draft, your decision to?
Initially, we decided to eliminate both so both of those combining area regulations were proposed to be eliminated and show thusly. I'm not sure, Martha, did we roll them back in? I think we did, didn't we?
I think so.
I think we rolled them back in. When we first began the process, we proposed to eliminate them, strike them from code. After some consideration, probably through this last initial push of springtime review that we did, we started having some more discussions about it and decided to roll it back in. If it's not reflecting there now, then we're going to put it back in.
We have a reserved section though.
Okay. So, those all, let me see, zoom, oops. Why am I no longer, here we go, sorry. I got it, sorry.
Sure.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, so we are up. Ta-da! Okay. So this area of parcels right here. So this here is the elementary school. Of course, the high school is located over in this general area. So these are the only parcels that were identified in the previous San Andreas community plan as two-family residential, which are now designated by the general plan as residential medium density. The county had proposed, in conjunction with our partnership through the Stanislaus Housing Authority, there's a housing project that's proposed to go in over here. I think that it's actually going to be delayed now, but nevertheless, with our review of what was proposed here at the Foothill Terrace subdivision, we felt it was a good idea to go ahead and kind of relieve these parcels from the restriction of the minimum parcel size reference, and allow the general plan density to kind of take shape and dictate the numbers of units that could potentially be allowed. Of course, that's, depending on what type of process that is, we'll have to take into consideration the availability with water and sewer. But this particular subdivision here on Foothill Terrace is all, it's all basically shovel ready. All the utilities are already in, everything's ready to go. It's just a matter of designing a project and getting building permits to go forward. So Peter and I discussed it and thought this might be a good start to maybe reviewing other scenarios, other situations that are similar to this in the future. If you find it appropriate at this time, then our proposal is to simply just eliminate the reference to 14,300 and just refer to the base zone of R2.
Tim, I'm not sure if your question was, what are these parcels on the list? And yes, they are. They're on page 15 of the list.
On the list, but
Yeah,
not necessarily reflected. in
Oh,
the-
he was wondering
Something
about
about
the
San
X
Andreas.
zone, the overlay. It's not
in
in
RN
here anymore.
is going to be included.
Because it was removed in our previous
going to-
discussions and
So
hasn't
in
been
the-
put back in.
It has been put back in.
To what? It's not in the list of overlays.
Gene, am I wrong on that?
No, I'm sorry, what?
In the text of the code, did we put the language of the X and the numerical size restriction back in, correct?
We put it back in. If it's not currently enumerated in there, which I thought we did, then we're going to put it back in. I thought, Martha, I thought we rolled it in.
It's just not listed under the overlay zones.
It
option.
wasn't listed in the overlay zones
So-
prior.
So where will we find that?
I think she's looking.
Yeah, I'll look. I remember we put that back in. I just
Yeah.
have to figure out where.
It was not previously listed as an overlay zone, although it's called a combining area regulation. We had it stuck away in some, deep, dark corner of
I
the
think it was
code.
under the regulations in the residential zone previously.
Yeah.
I recall from early
Okay.
on.
By the way, for the benefit of the people here, that wonderful voice you're hearing is
Oh,
Martha Miller,
yes.
our
Yeah.
great consultant who's helped us considerably through this. So just to explain who's coming in.
And Gina,
Yes,
maybe on page 15, where under overlays, the table, under overlay zone, where we have the explanation of numerical designators.
okay.
Oh. Right, there is an explanation of the.
Yes,
designators, but
that's what we
there's
did.
Nothing that says what the X means.
Yeah.
Or any explanation later in the, we just need to,
We just need to incorporate it back in
yeah.
And
unless you have strong feelings otherwise.
but and section 17.03.010 B has a general statement about overlay zones, and it's
Yeah,
a place where we could put.
right. So we can incorporate that back in, unless, like I said, you strongly oppose that and simply want to eliminate it, then we can have that discussion, but we just didn't feel comfortable with it at this point.
I think we just put a page in for it.
Okay, so we're gonna
One
leave it,
short paragraph that explains how it works.
yeah, leave it as is, as currently enumerated in code, make it a little bit more clear. If you're okay with that, then we can move on. So the final piece I wanted to talk about was two specific property owner requests. So as you know, throughout this process, we initially came up with quite a sizable list of parcels to be rezoned. It was nearly 5,000 parcels initially. And that was a result of the changes that we had proposed in the draft update. So with the recommendation from the Board of Supervisors, our department notified through a public notice every landowner of property that was getting rezoned to alert them to the fact that we had this process initiated. So through that process, we've been taking a number of phone calls, people coming to the counter. If you recall, we had a number of people that showed up to the first meeting and had some questions and concerns. through the whole last 8 months of updates and edits, we've whittled down that list to about 2,087. Because we had added some parcels to the list that were not previously on the list, meaning primarily the ones that were in that overlay area or the area of influence through the airport overflight zone that didn't get captured. And there was another one that we included subsequently. Anyway, we went ahead and re-noticed all of those parcels again. And through that exercise, I did get phone calls and followed up emails from 2 specific landowners with concerns. And I told them that I would present that to you today. So the first one happens to be right outside of town. I got to get rid of this. Hang on. 044008063 is a 45-acre parcel just outside of town that is owned by Ciro Toma. It's this piece right here. So here's Airport Road. We are over here off of Mountain Ranch Road to give you some perspective. This parcel is actually designated in the general plan rural residential. So initially, it's actually being captured by the, it's the very last parcel in the airport overflight area of influence. So the reason why it's on the list is to actually zone it AO. But the proposal through my proposal was it's currently zoned A1. So the A1 zone is a lesser intense zone. We didn't rezone it through the general plan zoning map cleanup process. We just left it A1. So my proposal was to simply zone the parcel A1AO. The property owner reached out to me and had some concerns with that. He seemed to recall that it was zoned RR at some point in time. I didn't really do any research to confirm whether or not it was previously zoned rural residential. Nevertheless, he's specifically asking to zone that parcel rural residential. So the rural residential general plan land use designation allows one zone, and that's rural residential. So all in all, I mean, it's consistent with the general plan. There wouldn't be any real issue with it because of its compatibility with the land use designation. I could have gone either way. I don't know whether it was an oversight on my part, but it's proposed on the list to simply just be zoned A1AO. He would like for us to rezone it RRAO, which is consistent with the current land use designation.
So what are the parcels surrounding it?
Let's see. Let's go to this map, it's better.
You're way faster than I am.
We've been doing this for a while now. So the property is currently undeveloped. It's being used for livestock grazing, as is this piece here and this piece here. This parcel is zoned, it's actually got a combination zone. This is incorrect, this reference. It's zoned R1 C2. So there is so the general plan actually designates a little swath of commercial designation along the highway here. The rest of this is I think designated residential.
Where is the airport on this?
The airport? The airport is way down here.
Well, I'm sorry, but this is part of AO?
So this is the last parcel identified in the Calaveras County Airport Compatibility Plan area of influence. So the area of influence map comes way down here like this, and this is the last parcel that it captures. So we propose to add the AO overlay, which is the reason why the property owner got the notice. At this point, like I said, he would like to rezone it RR just for compatibility with land use designation. These properties all over here are commercial, with a commercial swath of land here. This is all residential. This is all agricultural. And these two properties are zoned R1, single-family residential. You got a combination of stuff going out here. This is the old cement plant. This is the George Reed Industrial Park. All of this is M2. This is all industrial down in here. Again, this is all actually zoned industrial, but everything out here is used agriculturally. This is the Mountain Oak School. And then you've got all your residential subdivisions and stuff over into here. So you really have a combination of everything going on out here.
I have one question.
Yes.
It's on. If this is in the airport land use compatibility area, and this was not presented to the ALUC for their findings.
It was.
Oh, this parcel was presented?
Yes. So when we went to the Airport Land Use Commission, we had already identified all of the additional parcels that were not previously captured. So, so that was all a matter of discussion and acceptance. What I didn't realize at the time is why they weren't rezoned AO, and that was because there was a difference in the previous plan opposed to the new plan as far as the area of influence. So that was the one component that I wasn't aware of, is that the compatibility plan expanded that area of influence, but these parcels had always been captured, and we had always been discussing them as being rezoned because they are part of the area of influence.
So I understand that they were being considered for rezoning for the AO overlay.
Yes.
Did the land use compatibility committee, did they look at your proposal here to rezone the parcel for additional?
No, so we didn't get into a discussion about the base zone of any of the parcels. Our discussion was limited strictly to the application of the AO overlay and the elimination of the HL. So there was no discussion about base zones because there was no proposal at that time to change anything. If you think that it's inappropriate for us to amend them because we didn't previously consult with the Airport Land Use Commission, then I mean, I didn't propose to make a change here.
State law requires,
Yeah.
unfortunately, that
Okay.
anything in there have a specific compatibility finding with that plan in addition to a
Right.
general plan consistency finding. So I think that would have to go back to them as a standalone proposal.
Yeah. So initially, like I said, we're proposing that it be still continued to be zoned A1, just simply the application of the AO overlay. It was a property owner that wanted the RR, which is consistent, so I told him that I would bring that before you. Again, I don't really have a recommendation. It is consistent, but as Julie just pointed out, there may be some conflict with the Airport Land Use Commission and the compatibility plan with what would normally happen with the rezone application, so.
If there's no record that it ever was zoned RR.
I honestly didn't research it. I didn't have time for that. I could identify what the current zoning was, and really, it didn't really make much of a difference, you know, how it got to be A1. I don't think he was disputing that. He just seemed to recall that it had previously been zoned RR, so I'm really not sure.
My position is he can come back in and ask for a rezone. I don't know how everybody else feels.
It's fine.
Why complicate things right here? Not opposed to it at all.
Right, okay.
I agree.
Is that the consensus?
Yes.
Okay, moving on. The second one. Are these two parcels here off of Pogue Road. 66, 18, 48, and 49. This parcel here and this parcel here.
Could you, I'm not being able to focus on the street names there. So what are the?
It's Pogue Road, Poag Road, off of Angels Road, Highway 4. So
This is in
what is that? Vallecito.
Okay.
So this is kind of this thing is in my way. Hang on. This bar is in my way. I don't know how to navigate it out of the. Okay. Oh, this public viewer is different than mine. Here we go. Okay. So this is the general plan land use map. This kind of orangey yellow color represents residential low density. This lighter yellow color represents rural residential. All of these properties up here are zoned R1. The majority of these down on the southern part of Pogue Road are still zoned RR. This parcel and this parcel happen to be currently zoned with an MH overlay. So the proposal was to eliminate the MH overlay. When I looked at these parcels and found that the RR zone was not consistent with the land use designation, I proposed to amend the zoning to R1 so it would reflect consistently with the general plan. Since we were rezoning the parcel, I thought it was a good opportunity to kind of clean it up. Given the fact that all these were zoned R1, the odd part is that most of these, not all of them, but the majority of these parcels down on the south side of Pogue Road are still zoned rural residential, which are also currently inconsistent with the land use designation. So of course the property owner got the notice. She was not happy. She wants to retain her rural residential zone. It's basically a single family residence. They don't really have anything else going on out here. It's probably equivalent to about 2 acres combined. But nevertheless, she just doesn't want to be rezoned R1. Again, as before, I promised that I would go ahead and present her request to you for your possible consideration. So what she wants is to retain RR. We would simply just get rid of the MH. The offset is that the RR zone is not consistent in the current land use designation of residential low density. But nevertheless, we do have a combination of R1 and RR throughout the entire area, so she wouldn't be the only one.
There is a provision in the general plan that allows for less intense uses to remain there until it's ripe for development. In Vallecito, we do have sort of a checkerboard of different zoning there. I think it's probably appropriate to just retain existing zoning. And what Gene had done made a lot of sense, but given the surrounding patterns of RR south of Pogue Road, and the fact that we do have that provision in the general plan that says that you can retain a lower density, it's not incompatible. I would just go with the request and keep it as RR.
Me too.
I agree.
Okay. So I think with that, we've captured all of the zoning map changes. I did provide you with some additional comments. All of those which you've already received via email, but I copied them for you anyway. So just very, very briefly, you've got 3 comment letters, from representatives from the Calaveras Planning Coalition and My Valley Springs agencies or organizations. Just real quickly, they just have some concerns with the proposed changes to the PD overlay, specifically in the Valley Springs area, finding the current process of plan development for design review to be beneficial and request that we keep everything the way it is.
Since we have a representative here.
I do believe we do, and there will be an opportunity for public comment. Yeah. So the other, another letter from that was from Miss Colleen Platt with My Valley Springs. Another letter from Mariel Zeller representing the Calaveras County Planning Coalition. She is making a recommendation or suggestions that we consider an open space zone being applied across the board to all conservation easements. I'm not exactly sure. I think it's even implied that it might be appropriate for ag preserves as well. In addition, we've got a third comment letter from Mr. Tom Infacino, again representing the Calaveras County Planning Coalition. And he's made some suggestions to eliminating specific by right uses in TPZ and ag preserve and A1 zones that might generate potential fire hazards in those high fire severity zones. In addition, he would like to see us apply the EP overlay zone a lot more liberally than what we currently are, indicating that there are many other resources in other areas of the county that he finds could be, beneficial or applicable to the EP overlay. So with that, you've already gotten those letters. I'm sure you've read them. Everything's been posted on the web for public review. The only other thing I have for you, but we can probably take care of this at the end, is Commissioner Ladish's suggestions for some edits to the resolution, as well as one of the exhibits to the resolution. I've provided you with with his email. In addition, my track changed version of his suggested edits. So that'll be for your consideration. So with that, I don't really have anything else respectful of the zoning map. I think Peter has just a few comments, something that we kind of came across later on in the process that he needs to kind of alert you to and make just a few minor changes.
Would this be a time to comment on the letters that we received?
If I could
I have
do a quick wrap up and then a proposal,
Yeah.
procedural proposal for you. So yes, we do have one correction. We found an inconsistency in 2 different parts of the code that we want to clean up. It's a very simple cleanup. We'll go through that. My suggestion at this point is that we sort of break this into 2 parts. Focus on the map, allow the public to comment on any map changes and issues associated with the map itself. And then once you're complete with that, if you're ready to go, you can take action on the map or just sort of indicate where you think you want to go on that. And then we could reopen up the discussion of the text itself, if there are changes in the text that you want to discuss or the public would like to discuss. And then sort of handle those 2 separate actions, I think would be most appropriate. Certainly, if you have concerns about or comments or discussion on the letters from the public regarding the map, now would be the time to take care of that, or maybe after public comment, and And then sort of, maybe we take a break and then go back into the text, if that would be my recommendation to you.
my suggestions. Good job.
Thanks.
So with that, we will open a public comment period. So if there's anybody who would like to come to the podium and ask your question about a map issue, there will be another public comment portion later where we'll talk about the specifics of the text. But if you're here because you have a concern about the designation change on the map, now's your chance to come on up and tell us. Come up. Do we need to turn the mic on? Thanks.
I know, it's kind of nice, isn't it? But at least it's not in front of my face. Is that still it right there? Okay. My name is Colleen Platt with myvalleysprings.com. And we are also members of the Calaveras Planning Coalition. First, I wanted to thank you all for all your work over the last months and years, actually, of working on the zoning code update with the consultant and making some of the improvements that you've made with some of the sections, telecommunications and outdoor lighting and, animal keeping. And we really appreciate the detail and the hard work that you've done. The map portion, I know I'm supposed to be talking about that. I think you read the letter that, we've had the PD plan development added zoning designation on. I think it's about 16 parcels down there in the Valley Springs area. And our experience personally with the PD designation has been a positive experience in the past. It has allowed a project to come forward for the public to look at the design and, have comments about whether they have any suggestions or it fits into the community. And I believe the architects on the project, that they know that they've got the PD designation, probably take the community design into consideration when they're doing the project. We had the Mark Twain Valley Springs Medical Center that was in PD designation, and it's a beautiful building, and it's across the street from the Terrace Commercial Shopping Center. And there was early input that, we really would like it to blend in with that beautiful shopping center, and their building is a very nice design, a lot of architectural special features. The colors are great. We had input as far as putting a sidewalk along the highway next to the bus stop to continue for the community to use, because the the stoplight is now in and pedestrians use that area. The landscaping, I think, is a lot better than it would have been if it didn't have a PD designation. So that was just a positive experience we've had with PD. I know you have said you've had some not so positive experiences, but that was a good one for us. And there was another shopping center down at the proposed shopping center down at the intersection of Hogan Dam Road and the Highway 26 curve, right where the floodplain and Cosgrove Creek go there. And there was some public input on that PD development at the time too. And excuse me. What I remember, there was considerations on color and design and blending into the natural environment. And I believe there was some positive public feedback and some changes made to the project. So I just, like I said in my letter, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, is kind of a saying. And we're not sure why that needs to be removed in our area. Would encourage you to consider keeping it for these projects.
Thank you. Come on up.
I'm Gary Porteous, McCalmy Hill. I got your letter from Planning Department. I have 4 parcels in McCalmy Hill, but three of them are residential parcels within the downside of McCalmy Hill. The other is a 13.5 acre piece zoned recreational on the Moke River. And I was trying to find out what parcels were. I was a little late getting here, sorry, at a doctor's appointment. But
You have your envelope?
I have the envelope, but it doesn't have any parcel numbers.
There's a number, magic number on the envelope.
Oh, shoot. I don't know if I had it. Well, I didn't know there was a magic number on the front. But they're all in my name, at the session of, two of the parcels are off of Highway 49, on the north side of Main Street on Highway 49. And one of them runs from one of the parcels I have there down to Center Street by the Protestant Cemetery, 1.49 acre parcel.
Maybe we could just get the map up of Moke Hill and he can kind of
That's-
point us in the.
I got there a little late and I might have missed
That's
the.
okay.
No. As long as you brought your magic number.
I didn't know that, well, that's why I missed it. Huh? It was probably hidden ink.
We're gonna try to identify why you got the letter, what zone change was being proposed.
Well, I have two houses on two parcels, and the other parcel I just bought like 3 years ago, and it's 1.49 acres. And
It's just what she's gonna try to determine is, was there an actual zone change or was?
well, it
relation
said that I have parcels within the zone change, and I don't know which one.
But just exactly what that zone change is. what
Yes,
we're
it could
trying to
be
look at.
on the river property, which is zone recreational, but a few years ago. And
So where exactly are the parcels? Look, I don't know why.
8320 and 8332 Highway 49 are two of them.
Oh, you probably get that.
And the other one is at the Big Boy Road at the McElmy River Bridge, a quarter mile up the river. And has like 1,600 feet of Moke River frontage. And adjacent to the Bureau of Land Management property and also Hutchinson.
Looks like we're having a technical difficulty.
Okay.
There we go.
So this, let me get this guy out of the way. These are the changes in McCallum Hill. So we've got these things out here off of Highway 26, Jesus Marie. Are any of these yours?
Well, I'm just seeing where I see 49, Highway 49 in the white zone there, I assume when you come
If it's not colored, this pink red color, it's
Yeah.
not being rezoned.
Well, I have to see where the intersection, the 26 and.
2649 intersection is here.
Yeah. With you there, there's two little parcels there. That red one to the left is up going towards Valley Springs.
Is this one you?
No, I'm north of there on 49 about, go to Main Street, drop the map down a little bit.
So there's no proposed changes there.
Well, but that's what the letter
Yeah.
is,
Yeah.
and that's why.
So why don't there's more resources back in the office. We actually have a list that they can search by name. So if you can go back to the planning department
Yes,
and then someone at the counter can help you, they'll identify what parcel is,
the other one is if you go down to the Moke River Bridge on Highway 49 with your map right there. That's where my other 13 acres is down. You're going right there.
oh, this one here?
Yeah, right there. See that red zone right there?
That's why you got it.
Okay.
That's my parcel.
So we're just eliminating the PD overlay.
Yes.
So the plan development overlay,
Which means,
which means it was originally applied to further regulate the aesthetics of a project. But this parcel is not located within the designated area of McCallum Hill as historic center. So there's no DR overlay, and so we're finding through the changes to the update to the code that the PD no longer applies to this parcel. So it'll just simply be, continue to have the base zone of recreation.
oh,
So it's one less application you'll have to go through if ever you go to develop the property.
With the change, as I understand it, it'll be less restrictive.
Right.
Than it was
That's,
before.
I didn't know if they were going
Sure.
to eliminate it or they wanted to make it more complicated.
I think this is
Well-
making it less complicated.
Yeah, we're trying to make things less complicated.
Okay, I'm not adding a trailer park or anything like
Right.
To the rec
Yes.
zoning. So you might want to stay and listen to the discussion about that. So less complicated, one less permit to get, but there will be changes, minimal changes to the rec zoning itself. So what's allowed by right in the rec zoning?
Okay, and that's going to be presented later or at a later
It
meeting.
would come up as a discussion item.
Yeah, so that's what we've been doing over the last 8 months, is we've been reviewing all of the changes that we proposed to code. And so, and it's been continued to be posted on the county web. We've been trying to make an effort to get people notified of the process as much as possible. If you want to, you can go over to the office and they can specifically show you the changes that are being made in rec.
Requested.
And if you have any concerns after that, then certainly I would encourage you to come back and speak before the commission with your concerns.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Marty Crane. I live in Valley Springs, and I seem to recall some time ago when the layer of planned development was implemented, there was a lot of discussion about that. I believe it was a lot from developers because it meant that they had to have a plan before they started their projects or at some point in their projects. And before that, there was a lot of piecemeal development. And by the time you saw what was happening, there was already a whole bunch of stuff that had already happened. So plan development requirement seemed like a really good thing. So I don't think that we should go back to that without a solution to address that, which the design review sounds like a good thing, but I see real concerns over eliminating the plan development before the communities have a chance to work with their commissioners and their supervisors to develop their design reviews. So I would encourage you not to eliminate the PDs. Don't you love these acronyms? Young man back here. I would really encourage you to hold off on eliminating the PDs until such time as and maybe you can put a target date, give us 2 years or something like that for each community to come up with their design reviews. Anyway, thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak now
The map.
on the map? No, okay. Okay, come on up and ask your question.
My name is Forrest Porter, and I live in Copperopolis area, and I received this second notice. I called on the first notice regarding my property. I have just under 4 acres of property. I have horses on there. I've worked hard for my home, and I have 2 children that have disabilities that have rode the horses, and it was brought to my attention that I would no longer be able to have horses or our chickens or anything else that we have. But at the first notice, it was still in the process of being looked at. There was no clear answers whether they were going to move forward or not. So I received the second notice here, and I'm just wondering if after the break or whatever, are you guys going to come back and talk anything about the Copperopolis side?
Any parcel, so
Yeah.
can we look at his parcel?
Yeah, I live right there on the corner of Cheyenne and Yana Court.
Do you have the envelope?
No, ma'am, it's in my truck, but I do have it with me. I do. I'm fairly new at this. I've been very, very busy working. I just recently retired, so now I have some time to kind of look into this.
Noticing was rather difficult. We might want to do it a little bit differently next time.
Your next.
Yeah, hopefully I'm retired by then. Okay, so you said Cheyenne?
Yeah, Cheyenne and at the very corner. I own the 2 parcels there. It's very close to Town Square.
Oh. Turnpike. Here's Town Square. This is off of Beaver Road.
So,
This is all I have. I got this one off of Reed's Turnpike, this one off of Main Street, O'Burns. This whole entire subdivision down here.
Is there something up a little higher? Yeah. No, it's just.
Mm-mm. I think these are all MH. These are all MH.
can I, that one at the, I mean, I have 2 cul-de-sacs. So, if you're heading towards, Town Square in Copperopolis, at the end of Yana Court and Cheyenne, at the very end of Cheyenne and the very end of Yana Court would be off to the left, there's 2 cul-de-sacs. There's supposed to have been some roads that were mentioned that we were gonna go ahead and continue Cheyenne out with the road over to Town Square, but I've never heard of anything about there is a horseback riding trail at the end of Yana Court, and I had heard some people talking about there's going to be, take that horse trail somehow and utilize it, take it over to Little John. But basically, that's, that's just stuff I've heard about.
Can we just put his address in?
Yeah, that might be really good, yeah.
Cheyenne.
Okay, well,
I see it, Gina. Yeah.
you do?
Yes, go on the pink.
Here?
Yep. Cheyenne and Yana Court.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are all zoned with an MH overlay. They're zoned RR. So I think your concern is not with the MH, but your concern lies with the changes that we're making in RR in relation to the keeping of animals.
Which we're not eliminating the keeping of animals though.
No.
In RR.
The RR zone will be limited to the numbers of animals because it is a residential zone. But not going to eliminate your ability to have animals.
So down the future, if I was to sell that property, would it have to be considered residential instead of where you can have lights?
It's already zoned
Not-
residential, and it's not being, the base zone is not being changed. We're just eliminating the overlay zone of MH, which doesn't mean anything because it's been eliminated from code for 30 years.
Okay.
So it's just basically, I know, it's crazy. It's just a cleanup, but like I said, I think your concern is the changes that we've made to RR in respect to animal keeping. And those are not prohibiting you from having animals. It's just limiting you to the numbers of animals. And again, that is based on, I'll be honest with you, it's a complaint-based system that we have.
Oh, okay. Well, I know that there's several people just on Cheyenne that has horses. And, but I don't think anybody's ever, they have like, I heard almost like 200 miles of horseback riding trails in that area. So I purchased these horses. Actually, some of them were, one of them was a gift. I've lost a couple of them. I only have 2 horses now. I don't plan on getting any more, but it was for my children that have cerebral palsy. And we did a lot of horseback riding with the kids when they were younger and stuff like that. So
And you said you have what, 4 acres?
just under, I own both
Yeah.
parcels.
So you'll be
mine
able
is
to
like
keep
two,
those.
almost 2 acres, and the other one's just barely under 2 acres.
Yeah, so the new requirement is going to be one large animal equivalent per acre.
Oh, okay.
So you would still be able to have horses, you would still be able to have rabbits and hens, you'd still be able to have it's just limiting the total number of animals per acre.
Right.
Okay.
To something that seems reasonable for a rural residential parcel. And like Gina said, nobody's going to come out and count your animals the day this goes into effect.
No.
But so if your neighbors aren't complaining about you, you're probably already responsibly managing your animals.
Yes, I've been out there about 18 years, and there's been no complaints. It's a nice little area. I just know that there has been a lot of talk about some house development out there, out on towards Little John. They have the golf course out there and Town Square and everything else.
Yeah, so we don't have that before us, so we
Right.
don't know exactly what is coming in the future. But most likely any large project going on out there is going to have a public hearing. So you will have yet another opportunity to express
you.
your opinions.
Thank you very much.
And what's proposed is a 1 acre of land available for use by a large animal.
Perfect.
So if you fenced off everything and had the 4 horses in a 1/4 acre, that would not be permitted, but as long as they have room to roam.
Well, thank you. It's been a dream I had since I was a young man to get that little property and work so hard to get it the way I wanted. It was a total fixer-upper and stuff like that, but it's good news. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care.
Could I please ask a question about his issue?
Sure.
Well, I've never seen anybody successfully manage 30 chickens, you know. And there's always seems to be a rooster getting in there somewhere. And this is rural, Calaveras is rural.
Can we
But I
turn-
was just
The
wondering,
mic's not on.
I was just wondering, is there a limit to how many chickens you can have? Is that how detailed it's gonna get?
0.025 animal equivalent per animal, which equals 40 rabbits, hens, or combination thereof per acre. Acre not being used for your, not if you have an acre and your
Right.
house is on it, then that's good. That portion that is used by your house and yard and garages is not part of that. So maybe you have a 1/4 acre left or half an acre left, then that number would be reduced.
So if they have 3 acres
Proportionally.
that don't have anything to do with where home is, that's 40 times 3. They could, if they didn't have anything else, they could have 120 chickens. Is that correct?
Hens, not
Hens.
roosters.
Hens, not roosters.
That's right.
You don't always know when you get them. Anyway, thank you. I was just curious about that. I was wondering how far down in the weeds it was going to get.
Before we close the public comment portion on this and bring it back to the commission, is there anybody else who's had a last thought? Want to come on up?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Bill Spence, so I'm sure you know why I'm here. My one concern is this, probably. We had absolute hell to get this RC designation. It ended up, the supervisors called me and said, hey, we're gonna take it over. And that's how we got the designation. But I'm probably going back, what, 30 years? Okay. The only thing that bothers me, what we're doing now, probably what you're doing, isn't gonna concern us. But the thing that bothered me a little bit is, let's say down the road a little bit, they tell me I'm too old, anyway. Let's say down the road a little bit, my family decides that they want to get out of the feed store business. But we have, quite a lot of money in these buildings that are there. And let's say they wanted to do something else. Are we gonna get in a big fight again?
Depends what they want to do else.
Are
As
you-
long
you-
as
you-
it,
You're saying like if they wanted to have a furniture store or something?
Right, I understand.
But not,
that would.
Yeah, anything talking about agriculture is fine, but let's say, you know, they want to go into a machine shop or something else. I mean, are we going back into a big battle again?
I think that they would need to consider doing a parcel split and creating a true commercial parcel on the highway if that was possible. And we probably can't say right here what kinds of challenges there would or wouldn't be to that.
Well, I've been told that for the last few weeks that you're getting too old because the changes are coming. Well, yes and no. I haven't had very good luck dealing with the county. I've been into some, and I'm not going to get into that stuff. But anyway, those are the two issues that I was concerned about. And I've been talking to a few people, and one was an one of you folks. And the first questions that these people ask me is, well, if they're eliminating, what are they putting in its place? And in this case, I guess there's nothing, right?
So because the parcel is a larger parcel, so the zoning had only applied specifically to the store, which is a portion of the larger piece.
Right.
So it's a split zoning currently. The remainder of the parcel is currently zoned A1ME, which is general agriculture with the mineral extraction overlay. So the proposal is to simply zone the entire parcel A1ME.
Because I own from east of 49 to south of 4, all the way around there. And because I'm a big part of the wagon train, which we probably shouldn't bring up. But anyway.
Leave us out of that.
But I hope you can see my concern. In other words, that these people are asking me. First of all, I want to say that Gina's probably the most knowledgeable person on these things than anybody in the county possibly, and I'm sure you've figured that out. But anyway, and she's been very helpful. But it's still kind of in my craw that we're eliminating something and not putting something in its place, you might say.
So we can't, because a special accommodation was made for you and that will continue. That accommodation is intended to continue in perpetuity as long as you continue to operate ag-related business.
I realize that, but
property.
the designation to me meant something. And in other words,
But
I'm not running cattle in the front yard there on it.
No.
It's a commercial establishment.
but you really haven't lost anything here.
Not at this point, no.
But if you want to change, you would have had to come back and make a change anyway.
Well, I realize that, but
Yeah.
there again, a change is complications.
Oh, absolutely. But that's up to you. That's in your control, whether you and your family choose to make a change in your operation. That would trigger something else. So
Right, I understand.
that's
that.
any
Yeah.
comfort.
But I'm probably thinking ahead further than I should.
Well, that's probably served you well.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to have my little,
You're unique in the county.
I wanted you to realize, that we realize there's changes coming, but
Right. So
everybody said, what are you replacing it with?
yeah. So as Michelle just pointed out, Bill, is that at some time in the future, if you guys find it necessary to, to create a separate parcel just surrounding the store, then you can do that. You can apply for a tentative map. You can carve out this piece, and at that same time, you can zone it appropriately. You can, of course, that would take a general plan amendment as well, but all of those things are options for you. I guess the good thing is right now is that, what's currently there is not going to change. So we're allowing you to continue as is. And if you want to expand the feed store use, you have the ability to do that through an administrative use permit. And as we kind of went through, there are some other agricultural associated uses that are allowed in this zone. So, you know, I mean, it's not all for loss, but I can certainly understand your concern about the future, and the possible need to, and desire for maybe another individual to take on, you know, the structures on the property and develop them and do something different than the feed store. So those always remain options. They're applications that anyone can apply for. It's always there.
An adjustment on?
Yeah, they did a lot line adjustment to, because through this whole discussion, we realized that the boundary line actually goes through the middle of the store.
Store.
Yes.
And that,
Yeah.
that was, all right, it went through the middle of the store. There were 5 building permits, and the county did not pick up that this line went right through them, cut the store in half. All right, so anyway, so there was quite a discussion about that. And my attorney said, well, it's probably going to cost you more to fight them than you are to make a deal with them. So we did make a deal. They split the cost with us. And but where I sit there, there's us, there's a Suburban Propane right next door, and then there's what's the dog outfit?
It's the Humane Society.
Humane Society. You know, they're just up the road. And at one point, my dad owned the whole thing. He sold it to those, not to Suburban. It was Mosbaugh they sold it to. They started the propane there. And I don't know if you probably haven't been around as long as I have. Where the Humane Society is, that was called the Chicken Shack. And a Sutton, one of the Suttons opened it up there. And that's what they had, was a restaurant there. And there was a couple of restaurants there. And then there was the vets even came in there. In fact, the joke was
quite a few things.
yes, the middle was a bar. And there was a doctor on one side. So if you came in and had a few shots, it didn't matter what side you went to. But anyway, and now, you know, they're probably more in line with what everybody's doing is the Humane Society.
So.
But anyway, I just,
Thank
it's
you.
been in the back of my mind and stuck in my craw, and so I just, I'm sure I understood that in many cases that you folks, the things that you're talking about, just how much information do you have on it, if you know what I mean?
Well, we appreciate people coming and giving us background so that we do have the information. So you are welcome to hang out, listen to the rest of the discussion, see if there's anything else that's pertinent to you, but we need to go ahead and move on to our next
All
item.
right, well, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I got to thank Gina because you will not believe the help she is, because I've had another couple of problems.
We appreciate Gina.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Okay, one last chance. Okay, we're closing the public comment.
Is there anybody
portion for
online?
the
We do
moment.
have online public
Oh,
comment.
do we have?
Yes.
Speak up.
Go ahead, Tom.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay,
Yes.
great. Tom Infacino, Calaveras Planning Coalition. You should have received comments from me by email either on Monday or Tuesday. In summary, the CPC comments I submitted asked for only 3 changes to the zoning ordinance and map update. First, we asked for the county to apply the environmental protection overlay on the proposed zoning map based upon existing information available to the county. Second, for fire safety and emergency response reasons, we're asking that you limit lumber mills by right in the TPZ to parcels within a few miles of a paved 2-lane highway and a fire station. Your proposal currently allows lumber mills by right throughout the TPZ. And third, we're asking you to consider limiting by right events on agriculture, A1, and ag preserve, AP lands to those lands served by 2-lane paved roads and within a few miles of a fire station. Other events in less accessible places would need to apply for use permit. We provided 5 maps for your consideration. I hope at some point today we'll be able to go over those maps together. The reasons we're asking for the changes to the events, there's 2 of them. It's first because ag and AP lands simply vary too greatly to apply one by right standard to all of the parcels. Some parcels are grassland on gravel roads a half an hour from the nearest fire station. Other parcels are brush fields on 1-lane paved roads over half an hour from a fire station. And other parcels are forested land even farther away from emergency services. The second reason is because reasonable locations and reasonable conditions can make the difference between successful events and disasters. Fires that get a head start on firefighters can grow to be uncontrollable, threatening neighboring properties and communities. Medical emergencies with delayed responses can be debilitating or even fatal. Mismanaged parking at events can obstruct emergency evacuation and emergency response. Now, it is true that some California counties, like Amador, continue to allow massive outdoor events by right. However, other California counties, including Nevada, Lake, and Placer counties, are limiting the size and frequency of such events and are imposing reasonable conditions to provide for public health and fire safety. We hope that you'll emulate these counties. The issue of by right events has been raised and proposed and postponed since 2012. Please do not postpone addressing it yet again. The community you save by addressing this issue may be your own. Any questions? Oh, come on, I sent you a 19-page memo. You must have questions.
So we're going to be discussing these individual items after we close the public comment section. And then there'll be another opportunity for public comment. So we were really looking for mapping issues right now so we can finish up that section.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Go ahead, Muriel.
Is there?
Good morning. This is Muriel Zeller. I live in Valley Springs. I just have a brief question about the changes in the zoning map and the update to the zoning code itself. And that is, how will it impact the technical background report? And how quickly will you update that report to reflect the changes that you are implementing?
I assume you're referring to the technical background report that was a part of the general plan update process. That was a one-time background piece of information that was a snapshot in time at that point in time. We have no intention or no need to update that at this point in time. It is not an ongoing update of information. It was information provided to the commissioners, to the board, to the public as to where we stood at that point in time while we were updating the general plan. So we do not intend to update a background report that is now, 6 or 7 years old. If there's a need for additional background information on, subsequent revisions to the general plan, we can provide that, but no, we're not going to update the background report.
Then you might want to change the description in the introduction to the general plan of the technical background report, which says it will be updated, and that the advantage to having this information in a technical background report is that it can be periodically updated without a general plan amendment. And also, if you look in the technical background report, it says that it contains information required by the state of California Government Code. So if you're not going to update the technical background report, you might want to take it out of the introduction to the general plan. And obviously the link to it no longer works, and it's nowhere to be found on the county's website. So I guess that contrary to what the general plan says, that the technical background report will not be informing the implementation of the general plan. Is that correct?
And that's not agendized, so I'm going to recommend that we keep this to public comment.
Is there anything further, Muriel?
So you're not gonna, that's it? I'm not gonna get an answer.
We don't have the general plan or the technical report in front of us, and that's not on our agenda today. So we're not going to be.
I'm asking about how the zoning code update and the updated map will impact the technical background report. And what I hear you telling me is that it will have no impact whatsoever because the technical background report is currently irrelevant. Is that correct?
Ms. Eller, I don't think there's any requirement for the Planning Commission to take question and answer during a public comment provision. We understand your comments, and I think the chair has been very generous and the planning director have been very generous in answering certain questions, but I don't think any of us have had any time to prepare for or digest your comments. We've heard them, and I would recommend that we just say noted at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else online? There's an M up there. Oh, that's probably Martha. Okay, now we're closing the public comment portion related to the map. And we're gonna move on. Does anybody need a break before we? Nope. Yes, of course. I wasn't looking at you. Yeah, so we'll take about a 15-minute break and be back. Okay, welcome back. We seem to have lost a lot of folks. So, I'm thinking we will just start working our way through the text of the zoning code update kind of in order, not looking at every single page though.
Well,
Is that-
when are we going to discuss what the map issues are?
Haven't we discussed the map
That-
issue? Do you want to talk about?
Yeah, well, I mean, what are we going to do about, say, the suggestions from Valley Springs? What are you going to do?
I think that's part of this because, so that whole topic of PD,
Okay,
right? So we'll talk about that as a group and then how it affects the map is what I'm thinking.
but then.
Yeah, so from what I'm gathering from their comments is that they're really not specifically having concerns with the zoning map because their concerns really reflect the changes that we've made to the text, which then roll into the second part, which is the map. So I think that's really what the concern is, that it actually directly relates to the changes of the text.
But the suggestions made by Ms. Zeller and Mr. Empacino are very generalized.
But right, that's why we'll talk about them when we get to
Okay, as
those
long as you
topics in
bring them up.
here.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think there were some specific map recommendations, such as not removing the PD in Valley Springs or elsewhere. I think that's the only one. And then we had the one change in Vallecito, the two parcels that were on the list to change to R1 that we're going to remove
And
from
we
the
made
list.
that decision.
Yeah, you made that decision already.
So-
We will remove the MH overlay zone from that parcel, but we're not going to change the base zone on it.
Right.
So do we have any other concerns about the zoning map itself?
Individual parcels sort
Right.
of thing.
Oh, okay. No,
Yeah.
I mean, there's two ways you could approach it. You could, discuss the map now and the suggestions made by the public, during the public comment period and the letters you received, and just focus on the map changes
Right.
now, and then come to sort of a resolution on those, and then move into the text. To the degree that they overlap, your suggestion, Michelle, would be that we sort of
Yeah, I think they're all going to overlap to a certain
Mhm.
extent.
Right.
So, but it doesn't matter to me, really.
I think when we go through the text, it's going to be very, I think, quick. And we're.
Except for these areas
Yeah.
where
Right. But
our discussion might result in changes to the text and to the map, potentially.
if we discuss those now and we decide that
Well-
these are matters for later, Review.
Let's try starting and see how quickly, so I'm
Sure.
thinking if we can just kind of get through a lot of this.
yeah,
Like, in the introductory provisions section, I've got nothing. I have very little in terms of just little picking at the.
well, one thing I want to mention, just as a general comment, is that I know when this is going to get online, why there's going to be hyperlinks
Yes.
for the various key provisions. And it shouldn't be just for things that are in the definition section, but it should include terms that are in the use characteristics section. Because I found when I was getting in here, I was looking in definitions for certain provisions. Well, it turns out they had a separate listing in the use characteristics section. So that's just something that if we can, if the county can have an influence on what is hyperlinked, I think it's very important that it also include hyperlinks to the use characteristics.
We will consult with the contractor, I guess that might be the appropriate term, the Muni code folks that codify code. Wherever we can hyperlink, we will hyperlink. I don't know, just based on what I've reviewed through other sections of code, it's absolutely possible. We've gone through and done all of our cross-referencing, and I will do my part to ensure that wherever we can hyperlink, we will
hyperlink.
do it.
Thank you.
They also have a search function. You can
Yeah,
look for
right.
terms. So it's a really great thing.
If people are aware of it.
Yeah.
Okay, my first suggestion is on page 5.
Is where?
Page 5. 020A3, the first two words, sections and, it doesn't make any sense to me. I think the section should start, sections, headings contained herein shall not be deemed a government limit modifier in any manner. It doesn't make any sense to say sections contained herein shall not deem to govern limit modifier any manner or effect, because there are sections that say in section so-and-so. I just don't understand the reasons for the words sections and.
Should just say
section headings.
Yeah,
I'm fine with it how it is. I see that they're trying to say that it's not just the section heading, but the section itself doesn't be deemed to affect the scope, meaning, or intent. So just
but some
the
of
way
them
it's
clear
divided
do.
it up.
Some of
Well,
them
yes,
clearly
they do,
refer.
but so do the section headings. They're just
Section
saying
headings
it
are-
doesn't limit it.
What about sections and subsection headings? I think that might be what was meant.
Oh,
Yeah, that would be fine.
that would be great.
Yeah,
Okay.
As long as we're talking about the headings, that's great.
this is very much we're very much a Julie, Michelle, and Tim issue.
I think that makes sense. I would agree with that.
I agree with that too. That's all good.
I'm on board. I'm thinking the same thing.
My next one's on page 15. The footnote that's been added to the table, I think it's great that we have this in the code. I think it would be better placed under the basic section 1703.010A, which is base zones. We just put the text from that footnote, which doesn't have a basic asterisk as to what it's referring to. Put that text under the subsection column that's discussing.
So
base
the we're
zones.
providing numerical
Yeah.
designator should just be C over here or something?
It should just be under
Oh,
the
okay.
text in
Under base zones.
under A, yeah.
That would be fine. I don't feel strongly one way or the other about it.
I think it's great that this is in here. It's a, now,
Where do you want it?
in, just as an addition to the text of 17.03.010A, we're talking about base zones.
So you want to move it or you just want
Move
it
it.
in addition to?
Move it, yeah. I mean, where's this footnote?
It actually, the footnote is under residential zones. You see the asterisk there by residential zones?
Oh, that's where it is. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
It might be easier to understand if that is right underneath that list of residential zones,
Yeah, okay.
rather than, I don't think, it really doesn't matter where it's located. I'm just thinking of ease of public use. Someone's looking at residential zones,
Okay,
and
no,
we can see that right
Now
Right.
I missed that asterisk. Okay, so, yeah, if we
I
could put,
agree. That would be better.
just move the footnote over to at the bottom of the residential zones list, right?
Yes.
Now,
I can live with it where it is too, so whatever looks best.
Now, I hesitate to bring this up, and the first bullet point in that footnote, a number separated by the zoning district in parentheses is kind of unclear. I think we could have a number in parentheses following the zoning district indicates the maximum number of.
Yeah.
This is not indicative of how long I'm going to take today.
I just want you guys to know I've been slapping my own hand every time I wanted to write in something like that.
Okay.
What was that again? The number in
A
parentheses?
number in parentheses following the zoning district, and then pick it up with indicates the maximum number of dwelling units per day.
Okay.
That's about the most convoluted one.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. 27 is my next.
I'm just flip. I had something. What was my question? It's not important.
So 27?
27, and it's going to have similar suggestions on other. Somehow, I'm looking at 17.05.020 land use regulations. And it starts land use regulations for the resource zones. Well, we're in residential zones now, so
Yeah.
change resource to residential.
And that's true in
Yes.
every one of them.
Right.
Can we go back to page 23.
Sure.
I had one comment, it was the wording, but I think it's because this road maintenance thing is consistent through a lot of sections, but it says prior to commencing any non-residential permitted use. And we're in the resource zones. Well, all the permitted uses are non-resident, I mean, the zone is a non-residential zone primarily. So forestry, timber preserve, but
This came about when we updated the ag section of code. So this is brought forward, right? So when we redid the ag section of code, we had all the introduction. We introduced all those new uses like agritourism, and we defined wineries and special events. And all of these were kind of seen as uses that were impacted over and beyond the residential use. And we wanted a way to kind of capture that and identify whether or not there were any impacts to the road systems as it related to those specific uses.
But as it reads, a typical agricultural use that is permitted requires you to do this study and secure an administrative use permit, and I don't think that's our intention.
It was back then. Because,
So,
because we rolled this whole thing started with the rural residential inclusion. So we weren't just talking about the ag zones, we were talking about rural residential, and everyone in the rural residential zone, primarily subdivisions, came out in opposition to including rural residential for all of these new agricultural uses. So that's where the road maintenance section came in, because they all maintain and pay for the maintenance of their own roads. And those uses were previously not allowed.
if the whole use of your property is ag, you're A1, you're gonna go get an administrative use permit to move cattle on the road?
No.
But that's, so if you're using somebody else's property to do it,
I think where the separation is that previously in the performance standards, we had identified specific performance standards as it related to certain uses in certain zones. And so you're right, if you were in an A1 zone, the road maintenance likely didn't apply where it would in a rural residential zone. So I see what you're saying now.
What I'm saying is we've reused this language
Yes.
several times. So
Yeah.
we could look at that and make sure we make it clear that we're not trying to put a stumbling block on their main use of the land.
Right, no.
Yeah, I think
that's
we
a good
can
catch.
modify it, at least for this section, we can modify it for, maybe we can add either, the agricultural natural resource use, although some of these uses here, we might want to consider that. So, but I understand what you're saying.
Try to find a level at which it's.
That, obviously, animal husbandry and, farming practices, those kind of things are not what was intended with this provision of the code when it was
But a
added.
big special event might be.
Yes. Or if you're doing, some of the commercial uses, lodging and retail sales, those kind of things which would generate traffic on private roads. And this is the thing that, addresses the.
And it would have applied to rural residential, like even if you had a vineyard. So we've had a couple primary examples of vineyards in the rural residential zone on those privately maintained road systems that had to go through the AUP process and this whole additional ADT, analysis. And so, but you're right, it shouldn't be applied across the board. But again, we had specifically enumerated and distinctly selected which zones and which uses that those should apply.
And sorry, if I can just clarify in this section, it does say that an administrative use permit is not required if if you can show you're not gonna have a lot of traffic. So if you're like hey, I'm only gonna have an estimated of 3 vehicle trips per day, that's less than the single family residence estimated to be 7, and then the AUP is not required. So there is an out written into that if you're not going to generate.
I just wonder what process that would even come up
Yes,
in.
right.
That was the reason it lit up for me. That was all.
Right. This is why I don't need an administrative use permit.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm sorry. So we already talked about that item.
Okay.
27, you said?
27. 27, yeah, we already covered it, taking under land use regulations section, right, it's taking resource out and putting in residential. And we have similar changes on page 34, 43, and 49. Where all of those say resource, and 34 should be commercial, 43 should be industrial, and 49 should be semi-public.
Martha, did you get that?
Got it.
Thank you.
Now, I just have a question on page 37.
Question.
Oh, good.
And I'm not sure exactly. This is actually the page it belongs on. I think it's really just a residential question that yes, it is. It's more of a big picture question. That in the general plan, we talked about new residential subdivisions needing to include support services to minimize the amount of driving that has to be done. So having like neighborhood grocery store or a little deli or something. And it seems like I didn't see a way to capture that we might actually support a rezone in a residential neighborhood to allow for that neighborhood level commercial services. So it's a bigger picture question, and I don't have a like, oh, let's just change this word and it's just maybe something for us to come back to at some point. I know that in a lot of residential neighborhoods or subdivisions that there's CC&Rs that would prevent that anyway, but it seems like it's what we're looking for. We need a mechanism to allow an older neighborhood to become more like a modern neighborhood. Sorry.
Or perhaps become more like a really older neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly. So now we can move on here.
Okay. Page 58 is my next. In section 17.10.050 required findings.
I hope I have one before there.
Oh, okay.
It's a question on page 41. Commercial zones, and it's the maximum floor area ratio. And then we allow 2.0 in the historic center and C1, but in C2 and CP, the more intensive zones, we only allow 1. Okay. I'm just curious how we came up with that. Maybe I don't remember a discussion.
Good question.
It should be tied to your general plan, so let me check that.
While she's looking, I'm thinking that the historic commercial and C1 are typically more your walkable type of commercial uses. So you want to have, maybe 2-story buildings or something where you have, shops below, housing above, where your C2 uses are typically more of your larger auto-oriented type of businesses.
That's the explanation I came up with, was that when you take into consideration parking, it would be much more difficult to get in. And in a historic center, you often don't even have individualized parking.
Right.
So I just wanted to know we had a basis for it.
So I wasn't involved in all of the drafting of it, but I believe in the early stages when I was working on this 3 years ago, that was one of the reasons why we came up with that. But there could be some other reasons if Martha or Gina want to chime in.
Well, those maximum FARs are established in your general plan, so I assume those are the types of conversations that were had during the general plan that established those. So those just carry those forward.
And I seem to have wiped some of those discussions from my memory banks. Thank you, Martha. Okay.
Anything before 58?
58?
Page 58. The 17.10.050 subdivision B, the citation to 17.10.030 needs to be changed to 040 because we've got a new 030 on page 57.
Good catch.
Got that?
Mm-hmm.
My next one is 79. Sure, I'd be going back.
Well, I think we should stop at 59 because design review,
Yeah.
I think, plays into the
Great.
PD question.
Yeah.
So I,
There was also some public comment on the environmental protection, the EP overlay, that there was concern
Yes.
about, that it was not being applied to the degree that some would like.
right, you're right.
And I don't know
I
if you want
missed
to have
that
a
as I flipped
conversation
through.
before you jump to the
All the
PD or
overlays,
design review.
exactly. Thank you. Yes.
As far as the environmental overlay, one thing that the Infosino memo brought to my mind is environmental protection can work both ways. You can be protecting positive things on the property, and you could be protecting people against negative things on the property, such as asbestos. And this environmental overlay language really doesn't take that side of the issue into account. I'm wondering, however, and this applies to other parts of both the Infosino and the Zeller memos, is even though they certainly don't want to see this can kicked down the road anymore, I think that's probably the appropriate thing to do at this stage, as to their suggestions, in that we do have the open space element review requirement coming up. And I think that these suggestions, which have a lot of merit, I think, on first review, really should be studied in depth as a part of the open space element review.
So I have something similar to say, and we didn't even talk in advance. I don't feel like we should take the EP overlay and start applying it in ways in which we didn't intend it to be used. But I do see that we probably do need to take another look at the map and look at, are there places that instead of identifying that we already have done a study and we know, and this mapped area has to be avoided, but just that an area, which might include more than one parcel, needs to have further study done before it's developed, and we need to identify it with some other overlay. But I think that's so, and it applies to the open space. The same concept for me applies to both of these things. That we need to come back and look at that more carefully before we start willy-nilly adding overlays to things. And I think it's a way bigger picture, and the fire danger is definitely a big piece of that. So
I would hate to do this in a slapdash manner now, just to get this off our
Exactly.
table right
But
now.
I would like to put it on a list for us to come back to as soon as this is adopted. We have a long list, I'm very sorry about that, of things that we all know we want to look at more closely.
And I'd point out that with the Zeller letter refers to the California Conservation Easement Database, which when I just read that there was such a thing, I thought, whoa, why don't we just look at that?
But it's not that simple.
If you do look at it, why, and just, the Zeller suggestion did not say just adopt what's in CCED, but you look at CCED and it says CCED should not be used as a basis for official regulatory, legal, or other governmental actions. It can be used as a reference by governments in their planning and operational activities. In other words, you can look at that database and then check to see whether what's shown on that database is consistent with your county recorded deeds and such. So there isn't the easy answer to the question that you might assume. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I roll conservation easements and identification of them into that whole issue.
Yeah.
So how do you guys feel?
To take it up later? Yeah, I think, yeah.
Which is not, I mean, it's on the list, not important.
No,
It's just more detailed.
I think there was lots of good points made, just.
Oh, and one of the points on the Infocino memo is that, you know, it makes a difference whether a property is far from fire protection facilities or not. Yesterday, there was a grass fire on Gold Strike Road. And within, I think, 10 minutes, the firefighters were on the scene and had it under control before I could even report in that Water Tender 124 was responding. I mean, that's a completely different situation that you would have if it were half hour removed from a fire station. Anyhow, the good points were made.
Well, and as part of that, I would like to come back to look at the special events piece now under this process to see if we can't put some guidelines on what by right special events can look like. And when we say that a special event can be had by right on ag land, I think we need to say that that is actually ag land that is being worked and isn't just a piece of brushland out in the middle of somewhere unassociated with any activities actually happening on the land. So a special event.
That's how it's
allowed by
written.
right on ag land.
We did that slight modification in this update.
Yeah,
But
we just need
the bigger picture
bigger picture
obviously
is
needs
later.
to be dealt with
Right,
separately.
no, I'm talking about
Yeah.
just a little bit of guardrail for now until that.
Well, we
big
do.
thing
It's
gets-
already in there.
Okay, you do.
Yes. So
I missed
A1 and
it.
AP special events are only allowed on those agricultural used properties as defined. I mean, they have to have the bona fide ag operation on site.
Okay.
And then there's a certain limit to the
size.
size.
Okay, so that's what I
Yeah.
just want to look at closely and make sure we've got that
Right.
reasonable.
So we do have a little guardrail, but
Okay.
We'll analyze it further to determine whether or not it needs more.
Yeah, so and that we're out of order here because these things are all so yes, related. Okay. Design review and the PD question.
Yeah, I'm really conflicted on this because most of the time, PD labels have just been a nuisance. That there's really no need to bring it before the Planning Commission to build a warehouse, say, in Hathaway Pines, and this sort of thing. And yet I think that My Valley Springs have made some very good points as to how useful the provisions have been in Valley Springs. So I think conceptually the approach we've taken in the draft is valid, but when the rubber meets the ground, maybe in some places we should keep some of these PD labels.
Well, that's where the design review comes in and the encouragement of individual community areas to develop those very specific community-oriented design guidelines, just as McCollum Hill did.
Okay.
I agree with Gina. And here again is where my angst comes up because of us having eliminated community plans in some areas 5 years ago. And that we don't have a mechanism to help those communities if they want a community plan or want design review criteria. Like, how do we work that into our work plan to actually help any community that feels strongly that they would like to do that, to help them get something in place? And also, I wonder how big of a problem it is, because a lot of those projects where the input is really valuable are going to come before the public anyway for some other reason. So there's going to be an opportunity there, but there probably is some segment of them that having design review is going to be the only way that the public gets to weigh in early on it. And I don't have a solution today. I think that removing the PD is absolutely the right thing to do. And it's totally confusing to design professionals because that's not the way PD is used in those places. And we've corrected that. But the design review piece, I think if a community feels strongly that they want that overlay, we should be helping support that. So again, if we can put that on the list.
What would be the mechanism with a community that has a community plan, like Valley Springs,
Develop guidelines.
to develop design review guidelines? Would they amend their community plan?
I don't think you even need to do that. In fact, I would not recommend that because that requires a general plan amendment.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
In McCollum Hill, we adopted the design guidelines by resolution. And so I think it would be a matter of, it'd be a rezone to apply the design review overlay to whatever section of the community you would want, and then adopt, and I would call them design standards rather than guidelines, so they can be clearly articulated. Here's what you need to do. Not, well, we'd sort of like you to make it look like this, because then it becomes very judgmental and very difficult.
Yeah.
The idea is that we want it to be more of a ministerial process.
Yeah.
So that here are the standards that the community have adopted, and if you do these kind of things, you're good to go. And if you want to do something different, then it might roll into more of a public review process. But that's sort of what we envision here. How it actually might work out, when I know that, one of the big issues in Arnold, for example, is the fact that every non-residentially zoned parcel has a PD overlay.
Yeah.
And it has stymied development in that community.
Yeah.
And no one really knows what, you've got, two different factions in the community, some that want, you do whatever you want to, and some that don't want to see anything built. And so the community needs to get together to help develop those kinds of programs. And, we definitely would like to help in doing that and facilitate that. And what I would recommend for those communities that would like to see that is talk to your supervisor. Let them know that this is an important thing that you would like to see do and make it a priority so that when we get our annual direction from the board, that's on the list.
So I think absolutely what they're looking for is not a ministerial process, though in most parts, it's usually that people want to have public notice of a project so that they have an opportunity to speak with the developers. But part of our design standards could be to require a project of certain types or scale to have a community meeting that they manage themselves, administer themselves.
Yeah, it can take many different forms. And I think that, having a way to have public input into it is valuable. The challenge is, where does public input turn into, public ability to stymie a project?
Yeah, exactly. But I think a lot of times a developer is happy to accommodate things. And so you want them to get that information early on so they can not necessarily give the public the final vote on it.
Right.
Okay, so as I see it, then our concepts are in place, that if Valley Springs wants to continue to have input on design, that Valley Springs should go for a design review overlay zone. Is that right?
And develop design standards.
Yeah.
And requirements for developers of significant projects to obtain public input.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's kind of on our list, but maybe it's as much a push your supervisor to tell us to work on it. We have a lot of things.
I point out on page 59, there's a zoning map designation section. I'm going to refer to it when I get to comments on page 79. So
Okay, so
that's my next.
do you guys have any further to add to that? No.
My next one would be 79.
Yep.
Okay. There needs to be, since we have it for the other overlay zones, a zoning map designation section for the specific plan overlay zones, which I would number 17.15.025, but whatever is appropriate, and have it be the same sort of designation that you see on page 59 for design review overlay zone and the other overlay zone. It just was omitted in this one.
You're on page 79?
Page 79, specific plan overlay zones.
Yeah. Specific what?
Specific.
You said 79?
79.
Oh, sorry, I'm on 75. My bad. I was like, I don't see it.
That's your 79 right there?
That's my 79.
It's different.
My 79 is different as well.
Oh, well, this is.
General site regulations is my 79.
This is what, my copy is what I picked up from Planning Commission.
Okay.
Planning
Well,
Department.
mine is
It's all printed
79
from
is
the
different,
same.
But
Anyhow, the
it's
page
still in specific.
17.15, chapter 17.15, the first page.
Seven
It is a
on.
seven.
Well, that's our 79 of
Not
what
his.
I got.
It
from
is.
Planning Department. Okay, so we'll have to do that little dance in the future. Anyhow, we need, to make this consistent with the other overlay zone chapters, needs to be the provision for zoning map designation.
So, just to weigh in on that, not all of the overlays are kind of applied in the same manner. The county could go in and apply the SP to all the parcels, but the Specific plan overlay zone,
As a whole.
applies to areas identified in your general plan as future specific plan areas, as well as areas within boundaries of the specific plan. So
What you said was,
applies to areas that aren't necessarily mapped on your zoning map. You can certainly go in and do that. You have to go through that mapping exercise, I would say, and you don't have that done at this point. You have that in your general plan.
so what you're saying, Martha, is that this was a intentional
Yeah.
omission, and that's
So
fine.
we went back through, based on your comment, we went back through all the overlays to try and,
I was
that
just,
consistency.
I was just
And
looking
some
at,
it just didn't make sense, or it didn't really.
okay, then I'm fine not having it
Because it's
there.
not individual parcels, it's
Yeah.
an entire,
Yeah,
that
Yeah.
makes sense.
it's,
I, on what is my page 80,
what's the section?
which is 1716030B, no, D, development standards, detached accessory structures shall meet the development standards of the zone in which they are located. But that's minor. That wasn't really my point.
Where, 17.16, what?
It's a D, development standards.
Oh, three
What
OD.
section?
030D.
030.
Uh,
This is really
I'm
strange.
wondering if that's intended to apply to sheds that are 120 square feet or less. Because right now people put a small shed that it can be unpermitted, not electrified, not more than 30 inches off the ground, all those things, on their property without getting any kind of a permit. So this seems like the enforcement of it would be problematic. I understand the idea, you want to keep those sheds away from property edges, but they are typically in a subdivision put within a couple feet of a fence. So are we creating something that we know is not something that's going to be enforced?
Did we define accessory structures to exclude those?
Yes, they
Well-
talk about the 120 square foot shed right in the item B right before.
So
I'm just.
can you imagine multiple 120 square foot sheds
So that,
on a property boundary, not
So we-
requiring a building permit?
I believe we used to have something that limited the number of 120 square foot sheds. I'm not sure where I
don't recall that.
having that, or maybe it's something in the building code that says when you start connecting them together right next to each other, that they know
Well,
that
they could
doesn't
still have
apply.
10-foot separation, but
And I would say if it's a setback encroachment that you want to address, that's in 1716-080 and setbacks where there's allowed encroachments. You could incorporate a section that allows, maybe they're not in the front setback, but they could encroach into side and rear.
Well, exactly. I have it marked up there also. It's just saying if we want to provide an exemption for one shed, less than 120 square feet or less, not electrified, blah, blah, blah.
Wouldn't that be dependent on acreage? Shouldn't it be? If you have larger parcels.
But
Be
they're
allowed to-
not permitted, so nobody's telling you where to put it. You're just putting it up.
Buy a plastic.
Exactly.
Shed you put together yourself and plop
Right.
it down anywhere you want to.
But you're saying only one?
I'm saying that we should provide potentially an exemption from these setback requirements for the side and rear, like like Martha's saying, for one prefab or site built.
something that, a structure that doesn't require a building
A building
permit.
permit, exactly.
Because you go to Lowe's and you buy yourself a little 120 square foot little building and you're going to use it as a utility shed and you bring it home and you plop it 3 feet from the side boundary line,
Against the fence line.
up against the fence,
And that's typically.
and that's
gonna be on-
within the setback. So the question is, should we exempt one of those structures from the setback requirements? Or are we going to be strict enough to say all buildings, regardless of, even those that don't need a building permit?
And my concern is, are we creating a neighbor problem where neighbors who are not getting along are now turning in their neighbor for their Lowe's shed?
But on the other hand, I mean, why wouldn't you want to enforce the setback requirement? I mean,
Because you have
a
no
little-
mechanism to do it. They're not getting a permit.
I think that I think you need to look at the purpose of the setback.
Yeah.
And, you don't want a structure, a home, a commercial
Right.
structure that, blocks people's air circulation and,
Yeah.
separation. We're talking about a little shed. That really doesn't impact your neighbor. It doesn't impact the light that is shining into someone's backyard. And so I think there's a good rationale to say, we can exempt these. And I think putting them in 080 makes the most sense, just putting a specific exemption that says, structures not requiring a building permit of 120 square feet or less may encroach into the side and rear setback.
And you could even put a height limitation on it so that it's a shed,
Mhm.
not a two-story.
Dormer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think I could leave it with all of you guys.
Okay.
What's your next one?
Okay, let's see. My next one is on my page 93. It's the page that has the visual clearance area diagram.
So was that just an encroachment into the side and rear setback?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have one before
Yeah,
yours.
sure.
It's minor. On page 85, but it's the height exception section. And there's 17.16.090 height exceptions. And it lists a whole bunch of things, but I noticed that I didn't see chimneys in there. And I wondered if chimneys didn't belong in there. They're typically required to be 2 feet above the highest point within 10 feet. So they're not going to be sticking up any further than any of these other items.
Seems to me they should be on the list. Right?
Well, I thought they should be on the list. I'm sorry, I'm,
Why didn't you think of this earlier?
why didn't I see it before?
Is there consensus to add chimneys to this list?
Yeah.
So we want to add chimneys to 17.16.090 height
Yeah.
exemptions?
I think so.
I have a question. So and I don't know if this was discussed previously and I wasn't here to participate in that, but we, allow rooftop mechanical equipment. What about screening or a parapet wall to screen the rooftop
Oh, I
equipment?
think we should have screening for rooftop.
Yeah, but do we want that to be able to extend above the height?
The screening,
Yes.
well, we're already saying the mechanical equipment
Mhm.
can.
Must
So just add
screening.
screening
Mechanical
in addition to
equipment and
screening for
associated
And
the
associated-
screening.
specific for rooftop mechanical equipment?
Yeah.
What do you mean by screening?
And it-
They put a decorative kind of a wall around it so you don't see
So you don't see the
In
big,
commercial, a lot of times it's actually
HVAC system
recessed
or-
behind the
Okay,
roof,
so-
but
Some
Or they'll
mechanical
build a
equipment
metal
and
screen
associated.
and
Got it.
something more decorative.
you know, there's a lot of stuff, especially in Valley Springs where there's old heat pumps or
Sure.
swamp
No, I get
coolers
it.
sitting on a roof. I don't think we're talking about going back and asking people to screen old
Sure.
things that we didn't,
Just new construction.
yeah.
But for the height exceptions, it'd be rooftop mechanical equipment and associated screening.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, yeah.
Which is 91, I think, on our,
Mine's 93. Oddly, it wasn't.
Oh,
Oh,
well,
well,
yes,
now
but
it's-
now,
I'm wondering if I got the most current version for you. I didn't want to print it out again, so I was like, oh, okay, I think this is the same one, and I carried it along
I
with me,
have
so,
one before that
sorry.
Your mic's not on.
I have just one question on 17.16.110, non-residential outdoor storage. It says perimeter fencing required, item C. I just wondered, are we really saying a solid fence, or could it be some percentage screened just so you can't see through it to allow some, I mean, a solid fence, a wood fence wouldn't even, I mean, that. So we just want you to not be able to see clearly through it, right? And
Yeah.
Martha might have wording for that.
Or opaque.
Opaque.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't have to be opaque. It could be perforated metal screening and you can't really see anything through that, but it's
Kinda opaque.
kind of opaque.
Chain link with flat.
Well, exactly. We allow that. So what is that, 85% or something? I don't know what the number is, but it just seems like some percentage screened would take care of that.
We can wordsmith that. I was thinking an 80%
80.
threshold as well. So that sounds right. We can,
It sounds good.
Works good to me.
That really ties into my next comment. We're getting finally to my page 93, to section 17.16.140. And its illustration of the visual clearance area. I really think that we just need to deal with the fencing once again here. And to say that you cannot have a fence that's going to interfere with your visual clearance area is, I think, overdoing it. I think what I'm suggesting is that instead of the word fence, you say fencing, parentheses, other than fencing consisting of strung wire or field fencing. It's what we're concerned about is people seeing cars that are about to come out of the driveway. And with strung wire or field fencing, you'd still see the car unless it's got ivy growing on it, et cetera. So I think by outlawing all fencing, we're overdoing it.
Well, it doesn't. It says any structure, fence, wall, hedge, or obstruction. So if the fence isn't an obstruction, but I think a clarification would be helpful.
Okay, that's.
Martha,
I mean,
you've got,
I originally was writing with fencing with more than 10% opacity. And so I got back from that and said strung wire or field fencing.
I don't think well, I think that's fine as an example, but I think maybe we just need to make it clear that it's anything that obstructs your view. But a fence or hedge that doesn't obstruct your view is fine.
yeah, I think we could clarify making any view obstructing structure, fence, wall, or hedge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
They're obstructed.
great.
Perfect.
Avoids opacity.
But it's such a nice word.
Okay, my next one's on.
You guys should speak up if you have made marks anywhere that you have questions or.
Yeah. My next one is way up on my page 127, and that's 1716.140. Oh, excuse me, 17.24.110, non-conforming sign.
On the same page.
I have a question on my page 107, which is the parking design standards. And I just realized when reviewing this that we no longer really talk about compact spaces. I think I might believe that's a good thing, and I'm just wondering, Martha, if it's something that you just don't see anymore.
Oh, spaces that are designated for content.
Yeah, we used to allow a certain percentage of a large parking lot to have compact spaces. And we addressed motorcycles, I believe, but not compact spaces. And in our county, compact spaces became a problem. So maybe it's just as well, but I wanted to make sure it was an actual decision.
It was an actual decision, and I just can't, because I remember having conversations about it. I don't remember exactly. My thought is that how it was currently kind of limited and also maybe not super effective, that the thought was to just require full-size parking spaces unless some sort of reduction or other approval was put in.
I just think we have so many trucks and SUVs here that.
But we do find a lot of larger vehicles parked in compact spaces.
Exactly.
It's like we don't-
So,
Yeah.
moving on.
Okay, anything before 17.24.110? It's my page 127, might be your page 125.
110?
Oh, 10.
Oh,
10.
110,
Non-conforming sign?
the non-conforming signs.
124.
You do kind of wonder what's on the pages that you don't have or I don't have.
Signs, yeah.
Okay, it's just, there's just a housekeeping thing. If you look at subdivision C, the designator C just needs to be moved up to where it's been crossed out. So you have C, restoration of a damaged sign, and then the text is a non-conforming sign that damaged.
What?
Oh, no kidding, really?
You probably have the one with the underline and strikeout. That's why the numbering is different.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
it's strikeouts are. That's what it is.
Yeah, I have the one with strikeouts,
Okay,
which was very
The
handy.
old version.
yeah,
Okay, so you're set.
yes.
Good.
Done.
Okay, my next is on my page 133.
What chapter?
17.25.070, animal production.
I have a question on, my page 127.
Mhm.
It's section 1725.040 on F, conversions. And it has parking. If enclosed or covered parking for the primary dwelling is converted or demolished in conjunction with the construction of an accessory dwelling unit, replacement parking is not required.
That's state law.
But right next, our next thing says automobile parking is not required for an accessory dwelling unit, but required parking for the primary dwelling unit shall be provided. So it seems like we have a conflict there.
Nice catch.
And I thought that was the actual, that required parking. I thought that's the actual situation, is you don't have to provide it for the accessory dwelling unit, and you don't have to replace the
Yeah.
required parking in a garage or carport. It doesn't have to be covered parking, but you still have to have parking on the parcel unless you're within so many feet of the transit station and all that.
So I remember we updated the accessory dwelling unit ordinance probably about 4 years ago now. And it actually had to be reviewed by the state to be found in compliance with the state law. Martha or Gina, do you know, did we make changes to this section?
So I need to go back and kind of track everything. I know that during the study sessions, there was a question on number 2 about whether, you can require replacement parking at all, covered or under. And the answer was no. How we had it drafted was correct. I think I do want to look back at number 3 and if that, to kind of track that history, and if it was from the one specifically reviewed and accepted by the state, likely leave it. If not, maybe clarify that or delete it.
It's just
my
confusing.
sense of that it's talking about parking for that primary dwelling unit if it weren't removed through the conversion, because you could convert other things. You're not just converting a garage, it's any kind of legal structure. So anyway, absolutely no, number 2 is correct as written. Number 3, maybe we can look back at and see if it stays or can be clarified somehow.
Yeah, because it does appear to be in conflict.
It appears that you could have no parking on your parcel, which is a problem in a place where there's no on-street parking.
Under 2, what's that like? Under
Yes.
3,
Right, so
So that is absolutely the possibility. If you convert existing parking into an ADU, that is a possibility that could be left. The property could be left with no on-street parking. Although you think they accept in areas maybe where you have slopes and stuff, there should be some driveway there, right? That had accessed that garage before. So that's likely where parking would occur.
but that's not always the
out of your
case.
hands, really. That's the state has already kind of said that, has said that.
I would be fine if that was the case, is that you could park, it didn't have to be in a garage, you could park in the driveway in front, but we have places in the historic centers where there is no driveway in front. So there's no parking and there's not enough width to park on the street. I don't know if there's any kind of exception available from the state to make it, just depending on the context of the situation.
Well, I think Martha says she's going to go back and
Yeah.
look at the history of, did we make
Right.
changes? And then we'll need to look back at the state law to make sure that we're consistent. So we will clarify that.
Good.
Okay, now.
Oh, how about 17.25.070, animal production?
Mm-hmm.
And this is just, I think it would make it clearer, this suggestion. I think it's great we now have in here, after dairying and ranching, in the amount not to exceed the reasonable carrying capacity of the property. I suggest that phrase be moved up into the second line so that it would be saying the following animal production operations are permitted, comma, in the amount not to exceed the reasonable carrying capacity of the property, and then all the listing of the raising, production, or sale, et cetera. I think otherwise it's not too clear whether that phrase applies to all these.
So on the page, for me, the page right before that,
Mm-hmm.
17.25060 F2A, it just needs a word after the last. It's cattle, horses, donkeys, mules, burros, and similar livestock, one animal equivalent unit per animal type or category or something. It's just not one animal per animal. Isn't a complete thought.
Yeah.
I think it's supposed to be acre. Yeah, I see that with A, B, and C. So I'll correct that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and in that animal keeping section, under F, since what's in the section heading cannot have substantive effect, adding and lots less than 10 acres in the RA zone needs to be reflected in the text of the section. And I think you can do that down the line that starts may be kept as an accessory use to primary residential use in the RR zone and lots less than 10 acres in the RA zone, comma.
Where would you move that to? Sorry.
I'm putting it, I'm not moving it, keeping it in the title, but the title itself doesn't have substantive effect.
Okay.
Making sure it's
Yeah.
reflected in the section, and you put it right after the citation to RR, reference to the RR zone, and
The-
lots less than 10 acres in the RA zone.
That's a good catch, and I just want to go back to Michelle, your comment. Actually, the A, B, and C as they're written are correct. Because what they're saying is, like a cattle, one animal, so one animal is one animal equivalent. Whereas sheep, goats, and llama, each animal is 0.2 animal equivalent.
Do you need the per animal to make that point? I think the per animal is what is adding to the confusion. I was gonna say,
Yes. Yeah, just one.
I understood that it was supposed to be that the large animals are a one
A
animal
one-to-one
equivalent.
equivalent. Yeah, just reword it any way that
Okay.
makes it clear.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. I don't have anything until 167, no. My 167.
What's the section?
Oh, okay. Section 17.25.230.
We might have something.
Wind and solar.
Yeah.
What section?
But just a second, I think.
25230.
So, in section 1725.150, under streets,
Just a second.
What page are you on?
it's my page 139.
Okay.
It talks about mobile home park streets shall be provided in a pattern to provide convenient circulation, blah, blah, blah. On-street parking is not permitted. So I would,
What's the title of your section? Just the title.
Which?
Streets.
mobile home parks
Okay.
and then streets, which is I.
Yeah. Okay.
Does that mean that you can't design the mobile home park to have on-street guest parking? Or does it mean if the streets are designed to the minimum standards, you can't have on-street guest parking?
And so this was carried forward from your current standards for the mobile home parks. I don't know what the original intent is. My sense is that likely there was imagined that there would be narrower streets and there would not be on-street parking. And that there's, because I thought there was.
Seems like we need to require a provision for guest parking, whether it's on-street with a design that allows that, or whether they designate some actual parking spaces for guests.
So under the parking standards, on page 103, 1722-040, mobile home park, 2 spaces per unit may be provided as tandem parking, guest parking 1 for every 4 units. So typically that would be like a sort of separate cutout.
Yeah.
you know, where you have guest parking, but not just sort of parallel on the street.
But is there a reason you wouldn't want them to park parallel on the street if they had the room? I mean, I'm just wondering
If
why
they have the
we're
room.
saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you were designing the project to meet all the necessary, you know, driveway widths for fire emergency service vehicles and things, and still accommodate the parking on the street.
Mobile home parks don't allow you to
Right.
do it anyway, to be honest with you.
I don't,
That I've been to.
I've been mobile home parks that there's street parking. So, but
Be wide streets.
I think we'd be fine unless it would be okay to, if we said on-street parking is not permitted unless the streets are designed to allow for it.
That seems just increase the width
Yeah.
that we're.
Or have a pull-out area or whatever they need to do, but unless really you don't want to allow any on-street guest parking, and then you run into the problem of you put that little group of 5 parking spaces, but it's a block away,
Right.
and you have the guest that's disabled, and so they have to be dropped off, and
We're not requiring sidewalks.
I don't, I questioned that also. Is why we don't require sidewalks. Although there's usually not enough traffic in a mobile home park that you can't use the street as your walkway, so.
So
Guess what?
can I suggest this language? So that sentence, on-street parking is not permitted unless streets are designed to accommodate on-street parking.
Yeah.
And they all have to go through a use permit anyway, so we're looking at that with
Exactly.
the fire department and all the circulation needs, so we can.
Where were you? I'm sorry.
68.
My page 167, which is 17.25.230, wind and solar energy system.
We didn't have anything in special events.
It was that with the understanding that we're taking another good look at special events.
We will
Okay.
definitely be taking another crack at
Separately.
special
we'll come-
events.
No, we're not talking about the future one. We're talking about making sure that the
Oh, okay.
items are.
where are you?
What would you guys?
You said- Well, because Gina said that my suggestion that we limit the by right special events in A1 and AP. I'm just looking for where that is, where it says.
Mechanically, what I would really.
1725-190, B1.
Yeah, allowed as a secondary use to an on-site farm. 3% of the total land is 10 acres, but nothing about the number of attendees.
No,
And is,
current code doesn't enumerate that. It actually was written like that years ago. We brought it back as an amendment, and I don't remember. I think that was under you, Peter, wasn't it? No? I don't remember the particulars about why we brought that back and changed it. Seemed to be some issue, but again, we didn't want to get too wild and crazy with the section, so we just did some very minor amendments to it.
I think it might behoove us to limit the size of by right special events and just have them come in for an AUP. I mean, they have to anyway, right? If it's more, they're trying to do more.
What should the number be?
I don't.
Therein
What
lies the.
shall the
Therein
narrative-
lies the
Herein lies the
problem, like-
problem.
And I think it depends on what kind of road they're on and how far out they are.
Right.
And all of those many
Hence the-
myriad of things.
Right. And this is where these discussions lead to. Every time we start thinking about it and talking, it just kind of leads you right down.
This is why we wanted the
rabbit hole.
standalone
Yeah.
ordinance to bring
Yeah.
that back.
Really.
Oh, but we
I mean,
don't,
'cause we
we
could-
won't have it now. So
Right.
somebody comes in and says, I want to have a concert and I'm going to have 1,000 people there. And I can have it by right and I can have one every month if I
Yeah.
want.
It happens now.
And they could have it. And it seems like, I know that sounds like a crazy number, but,
Well, but it's not.
1,000's not crazy.
No.
yeah, it's
It is if
easily.
you have it in your neighbor's backyard. It's not a crazy number to expect somebody might, have 1,000 people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, is 200 people a reason? People, there's lots of little concerts around that have 200 people and seem to be
But
fine there. They can manage that on their.
so, we think there's great value in this discussion, but in a form in which we've already, noticed and more or less invited, different people throughout this whole industry. You guys have experienced already what it's like for, opposition to and people in favor of. We've loaded up this room before with just one appeal of a decision that was made. So I really think if we get too crazy, and I think we all agree that it needs to be revisited, but I think we need to do it in a forum in which people that it's going to affect are actually noticed and invited to participate. And we really don't know what direction the board wants us to take at this point. How restrictive do they want us to be? So I really think I caution us in going too far into trying to further regulate without understanding all of those things and without inviting those people who it's going to directly affect. And
It's coming up fairly soon, right? It's not too far off in the distance, is it?
Well,
In the-
my
Well-
suggestion would only be to say up to 12 special events with a maximum attendance of
right.
300, 250, some
250
number.
comes to my mind.
Maybe held in a calendar year as a permitted use. That's the only change I'm talking about
But
in
what
the
if they have a
entire.
really large property?
Well, then they can get an AUP pretty easily. And if they're having an event of that size, that shouldn't be that big of a impediment to them doing it. I hope they're planning ahead a little further than that.
I remember they restricted, when I had my pumpkin patch, the amount of people I could have. That was long.
So-
Well, I think
I had a really big property to do it.
I think Gina makes a very good point. And yet, I would hate to have a disaster happen because of right, we let 1,000 people into
And I think most of these things are, the most people they're gonna have are 300 people because that's a pretty huge wedding. That's the biggest kind, and weddings aren't even a special event, but they are to the general public.
But
in their
yeah,
ideal.
I'd say if we're going to take action now, it should be a higher number than we really think it should end up being.
Right,
know.
I agree.
Yeah.
So, I don't
300?
know, how do you guys feel? Or do you think we should not say anything?
You know, I've never had any, I only just am going from my history.
Yeah.
I know in the beginning they were saying I couldn't. Now, nobody ever complained about my pumpkin patch, so they allowed me to do more. But if you put a number on it without us really discussing it, somebody could have complained, and then that really affected the whole community at that point because people enjoyed doing that. And I don't do it anymore, so it's,
That's
I
why,
don't do it.
that's why he's talking.
I'm done. My property is.
Just checking.
Yeah, I don't do that anymore. But I know that people enjoyed coming there, and if I was only allowed to have really 500 or 600 people, it wouldn't have been a very
But
successful.
that's all day. It's at
At
one
one time.
time.
Yeah, my parking lot was pretty full at one time, and that was something that the community really, really enjoyed. Like I said, I don't do it anymore. Those are behind me, but,
Well, then just reassure me that we're gonna see it soon.
I mean, that's really why, my approach to this is I was just really looking at the changes we've been made that have been put in. And I was working from the discussion we'd had before that the special events was too big of a thing to take care of right at this point, and that we would be dealing with it soon. I do think it has to be done soon. It's one of those things that.
Has it been a big issue with you? It has?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of soon right now, from the
Yeah.
board's perspective. to-
But I think we can carry forward your suggestion, your recommendation, that this be a priority in, whatever the next, couple of corrections. We're working on short-term vacation rentals, we're working on historic preservation, we're working on oak woodlands, but this needs to be up there with that.
Yes.
events are a big deal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is a big deal.
Okay. I will drop it.
It's almost 12:30.
Hmm?
Can I suggest that we break for lunch?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
Boy. And you're gonna get without my suggestion for
We're having such fun. We
17.25.
didn't notice it was getting late.
Well,
Okay.
how many more corrections and things do we have?
I
If it's-
I think I have proportionally about the same,
So we
maybe
probably-
less than in the first
three,
half,
four.
probably,
I have-
because there's so much.
I
of
have
it.
about 10, and then some of them, I mean, that's, the one I've been trying to get to is just eliminating an unnecessary word, it's-
Yeah.
they're-
Okay.
they're-
Well, and then we'll have the discussion about changes to the resolution
Yeah.
and all of
Right.
that, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
If-
should we
if
go
we could
ahead
break.
and take 50 minutes?
15?
50.
What? If you guys don't mind, why don't we take public comment right now on the things that we've already discussed so that people who feel like they could get their comments out and then they could go home. That's
Yes.
fine. So,
Have you brought lunch?
yeah. I think we got a lot further than I expected. So if you guys come on up, anybody has anything to add, and Tom or anybody else who's still online, if you would like to speak as soon as these folks in person speak, come on up.
Thank you for letting us. I'm actually going to read what Ms. Sarvis was going to read, but she had to leave at noon. So I'm just reading this on her behalf.
Okay.
And it's mostly just supportive of what's in the code. So she wanted you to keep in what you have in. And that was for Penny Sarvis. On behalf of her, she lives in Murphy's, a member of the Calaveras Planning Coalition. Thank you for the section on mixed-use development, accommodating both residential and commercial uses and buildings in commercial zones. That's section 17.06.030, describing where residential units shall be located, the ratio of commercial to residential, and limiting the square footage. And she just goes on to say why this is such a good section, and please keep it in the zoning amendment.
Can we have that? And she can
Okay. Okay, sure.
introduce it into the record.
Okay, great. That's a good idea. Yeah, because she really supports that section and some of the wording that's actually in there. The other section she likes is the new illumination outdoor lighting section, of course, which we all like. Section 17.16.100, the purpose and intent of the ordinance, clear objectives, clear standards for exterior lighting, maximum light levels at property line with measurable and enforceable requirements, clear, specific, and enforceable standards. And thank you, and please keep that in. And the section on home occupations and rural home industries, section 17.25.140 and .180, with the, standards for location development and operation of home occupations and home industries, the need for business license, restrictions, limitations on traffic, parking, outdoor storage to protect residential neighborhoods from negative impacts, and cottage food industry operations. This section provides much needed clarity about the many complicated aspects of home occupations and rural industries. So thank you for supporting these diverse economic opportunities while ensuring that residents' lives are not negatively impacted by the businesses. And the last section she wanted to support were your improvements on the permit requirements for telecommunications facilities. And thank you very much for, taking some suggestions and incorporating them in there. And basically, so, that we have clear definitions of what qualifies as telecommunication facilities with quantifiable standards. And we encourage stealth facilities and co-location, and requiring a conditional use permit within certain zoning categories. It's exceptional importance. Thank you. This way it gives the county an opportunity to place additional conditions on the project, and the community is afforded the opportunity to have input. And the detail and the depth in that section is really, really helpful to prevent the proliferation of monopine cell towers and ensure that the facilities are more beneficial than burdensome for the community. And thank you very much for that section. Please keep it in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops.
Yeah.
Can we just email it to you?
Actually, Penny gave me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see this.
This was the
This is-
generic.
No, this is the one you want to give us. Sorry. I'm sorry. This is.
No, I just edited this one just real quick.
I know, that was.
Oh, okay. No, you can have it.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Talk to you again. Hello again. By the way, Gina, beautiful job today. What a big job. Thank you. It was well done. Can I just suggest on a personal note, do you have like a bigger pointer?
Yeah,
It's maybe red, because out here we're going,
the cursor I couldn't follow today either.
You can change your cursor size and make it a.
for the public, we just can't even, it's like, anyway. So, good afternoon. I'm Marty Crane. I live in Calaveras County, and I'm a longtime supporter of the Calaveras Planning Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments on the zoning ordinance update. In general, thank you for the time and work spent by staff, consultants, and the Planning Commission drafting and refining this code. Big job. It will serve to benefit the residents of Calaveras County for many years to come. Thank you for the graphics and the list of examples that help to clarify the words of the code. I like your hot links. Thank you. This helps to make the code accessible to the general public that it's meant to serve. It provides clarity and attempts to avoid subjectivity. No, we didn't get everything we wanted, but nevertheless, we encourage the county to approve the text of the zoning ordinance. It is equally important to promptly adopt additional code provisions to implement the rest of the general plan and address urgent local needs. And it is specifically critical to address open space issues across the vast majority of the county's jurisdiction. These issues include wildfire safety, agricultural land conservation, and habitat conservation. These issues must be addressed before approving projects to increase the intensity of uses on open space lands or to convert agricultural lands to non-agricultural uses. The wildfire and conservation conditions on the landscape are degrading as we speak. Your time to avoid the loss of lives and property to wildfires or to avoid the economic disruption and development injunctions is running out. This is not the time for delay. This is a time that's screaming out for prompt action. Thank you again for your efforts, and I still think we should hold off on eliminating or removing the PD in Valley Springs and maybe Copper and those places until we have a chance to design resolutions. Thank you so much for everything. This is a happy place. We've always felt that way.
Thank you. Go enjoy your lunch. Is there anybody online who'd like to speak now?
Yes.
Go ahead, Tom.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify some things about the event changes. Yes, you're right. What we meant was the number at one time. So a lot of events are 6 hours long and, 50 people come at a time. We're talking about the number at any one time. So you interpreted that correctly. I talked to Bob Garamendi about this, and he said when the ag group, worked on this zoning ordinance in 2005 and 2006, that they had developed sort of a checklist of important items to be done to prepare for an event. And a lot of that, as you know, got, into the AUP application, but of course, we're not doing that on by right events. So I noticed that Nevada County, they have a nice booklet on event permits. And in that booklet, it says, by right events, we still expect these things. And it gives a nice checklist. So it might be good to have some educational material like that if we're not going to have an actual use permit process, just so people doing these events, as Michelle said, plan ahead well. And the other thing, Bob and I are going to meet between now and when the Board of Supervisors has its final hearings. And we were hoping to come to some language resolution on just this issue of by right events. If we do that, is it conceivable that the board will consider that language, or are we just not going to do it at all?
The board can decide what it wants to do at the board hearing. It's completely up to them.
Okay, so Bob and I will continue to work on language just for that one issue of by right events on the A1 and the AP. And hopefully, because he can then contact his group and we can maybe bang out some language. Because I know you want to, at some point, redo the whole event ordinance. But, as I said, it was postponed 12 years ago. And so, when you say we'll postpone it for a short time, we don't have a whole lot of confidence that it's going to get dealt with. So if we could just get this one little piece of it dealt with, that would be great.
A couple of things, Tom, this is Tim.
Sure.
One, I thought your memo was very effective and made its points very well, and having the photographs in there made a very good point. I think having suggestions as to specific language could be very helpful, because I was trying to think, well, how are we going to do this? And so I encourage you to come up with specific language, and if the board doesn't take it now, that it's something that we can consider.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Hearing none. We'll close the public comment section of the agenda and break now for a 50-minute lunch. So we'll see everybody back here at about 12:30. No, yeah, 1:30. I'm sorry. I was doing a little time travel there.
1:30.
1:30.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, everyone who participated, and we'll probably have one more public comment opportunity once we've completed our discussion. So the Calaveras County special meeting of the Planning Commission is back in session, and we are going to pick up where we left off. And I have a small comment on page 162, which is section 17.25.220, temporary uses. And it's the section 4, temporary outdoor sales. And I'm just questioning saying that we cannot, that somebody doing temporary outdoor sales can never encroach on their parking area, because one of the most common things people want to do is have, a 1-day parking lot sale. And it seems like maybe we could allow that on a limited basis, like up to some percentage of the parking spaces.
So you'd be looking at 4C, location of displayed merchandise
Yes.
shall not disrupt. Actually, it doesn't mention parking. It doesn't mention parking.
It says the normal circulation of the site.
Nor encroach here.
Yeah. For vehicle or pedestrian traffic, which I mean, maybe that's fine. Maybe that's implied there that it would be okay.
Yeah, the good thing we just don't want is to block the sidewalk.
No, exactly.
Or the access to parking, it doesn't restrict the ability to use the parking lot.
Okay, then I'm good.
Tim was next.
Yeah.
I've been next for a long time. So I'm on my page 167. It's the wind and solar energy systems, 17.25.230. This is a big deal, guys.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Might take a long time.
So,
Okay, under A2, wind energy systems allowed with conditional use permit approval. Wind energy systems that with a minimum height. I don't think we need the word that.
okay. I'm good with it.
Agreement.
We can go with
I
that.
think there's gonna be serious debate over that. Yes. Hector, come on, speak up now.
He's opposing that.
That's strong.
Are we gonna need the sheriff again?
I can't wait till we get.
My next is my page is,
Well, it doesn't matter.
well, it's section 17.27.110, effective dates, expiration and extension. Okay, when you look.
1727.
110.
Page 176 for those.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
When you look at E, which was the lapse section, what I'm going to suggest is that we use the language starting with the use or structure authorized by the permit. We move that to 17.27.130 C3. I mean, this was the lapse section, and what we're doing is providing another, a reason for revocation. This statement of the reason for non-use, et cetera, is better than the existing statement in 17.27.130 C.
So you just want to duplicate it there? We don't want to take it out of here, do we necessarily? Or we
I
could
think take it-
refer to the other one?
No, I think take E out, because I mean, it doesn't really have anything to do.
It
With-
does. It talks about
Yeah.
expiration.
It's the result of not getting your extension. But I could see the argument to not have a duplication and just say lapse and then.
Pursuant
Not
to,
We don't want to say lapse, because the concept of lapse has been taken out.
Okay, so whatever word we want to use there.
Well, I don't see why, look, read that. I mean, the use of structure authorized by the permit is removed from the site or remains vacant and unused for its unauthorized purpose, or is abandoned or discontinued for a period greater than 12 consecutive months, period, is a great statement for the non-use reason for revocation. So if you look at required findings under 17.27.130, which actually deals with revocation of permits, you can take C3 out, the use in question has ceased to exist or has been suspended for 12 months or more, and put in the language from 17.27.110 E. There just, there isn't.
Oh, what's the matter with leaving lapse? When a permit has been validated, it may be revoked if the use or structure authorized. Permit is removed from the site or remains vacant and unused in accordance with, and then just refer you to the other section so that you complete this process. And then I agree with you, the wording is nice.
I just don't see where you need it, since we had this thing for lapse, which we've taken the whole concept of lapse out. We've provided a ground for revocation, and that's what this other section is dealing with, the required findings for revocation. And why have similar language in two sections?
Well, that's why I'm saying shorten this one up and just refer you to that section. Don't put all the detail here. Just say it may be revoked if that activity has lapsed or use has lapsed. Send you to the other section, use this wording in the other section exactly like you're suggesting. It's just a way to give people the hint, this is the next thing to look at.
We don't have a problem either way. I can see your point in that you sort of have a specific section that says your permit may lapse if you don't act on it. And then, although it does say the planning commission may revoke or modify the permit if it makes the finding. So it sort of says the same thing. But I see your point, Michelle, that by having a section that says lapse, it sort of puts people on notice.
But I think we were getting away from the whole concept of lapse. That's what we didn't like, lapse. It may be revoked if this happens. And there it is.
And I see your point as well, because it doesn't really lapse on its own. You have to revoke it,
Right.
Yeah.
much to our dismay.
But it's a basis for revocation.
It's a
So, I mean,
basis, yeah.
the question is, do you think people are going to look at 0.110, effective days, expiration and extension, in order to know about the fact that they have to keep the use going? I kind of think they will. That's just me. But, and then I don't have a problem with repeating it in the subject language, but I mean, I'm not a commissioner, but I do think people are not going to think about their permit being revoked, but they might not find out about that basis of revocation.
Although we always say that we always put that as a condition of approval on their conditions, so that you have to activate it within 12 months.
Right.
Inactivity under a permit may lead to revocation, see section, so what's that?
Right, that would work for me. If you just want to get rid of the word lapse, I'm good with that.
Perfect.
What are we putting in?
Inactivity under a permit may lead to revocation, and then cite to section
The revocation.
17.27.130 C3.
Just add in accordance with section 17. Which is,
sure.
Yeah. And then the other phrase we'll substitute that in for
C3.
3.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that was good.
I have something else on this page.
Okay. Yeah, is this the enforcement and?
Yeah, there's a conflict between the two revocation provisions that we have. So if you turn to page 221, 1741-070. Revocation. The slightly different process. We're suggesting that we just eliminate all of 070A
And the title.
And the title, and move B to, that becomes E under 1727-130.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Works for me. Oh, yeah, does this belong in common procedures? Great, all righty.
My next one's on page 202. Bet you have something before then.
I have been looking and I'm not finding much. Oh, yes, on page 189, with the first sentence, with the is repeated.
Which section?
1731.010, the conditional use permit review and approval process is intended to apply to uses that are consistent with the.
Totally on purpose.
Goes on for this, okay.
That's a nice rhythm.
Yeah.
Checking to make sure you're paying attention.
Let's get people up and dance.
So where are we at now? 20?
I think so. I haven't seen anything much in mine.
The next.
Okay.
Considered exception, is that true?
202.
So what's this section?
Oh, 17.34.040. Procedures. And this is just for clarification. If you don't think it's necessary, it's no big deal. The second sentence, the application shall state in writing the nature of the request and explain how the relating findings are satisfied. I'd say explain how section 17.34.020.A is satisfied. Excuse me? Give them an easy reference.
Makes sense. What was the section?
17.34.020.A. You there?
So how the findings are satisfied?
No, 02.
02.
Oh, 020.
Push the button.
Oh.
Okay.
So how the provisions of that section are satisfied?
How section so-and-so is, yeah, provisions of.
I actually found something else. 1734.040, a application, that first sentence, filed to the planning department should be filed with.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm so excited.
Oh, welcome to the squad.
Hey, you're right up there with Kelly Wooster.
It's the little things.
I'm so sorry, I just haven't lived up to it.
Trust me, there's almost nobody on the planet that. Enigma.
Okay.
My next section is 17.35.050.
Wow, you've got stuff I'm not even looking.
And actually, even though this isn't terribly complex, I've got copies of how I think it should end up. I'm trying to save that.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, one for Gina.
Oh, you knew one back for Gina?
No, I
Just
got one.
hand it over to Peter. Unless you've got.
This build up.
Thank
This
you.
is new. Oh, there's another one here.
Section A has two requirements in it. And I suggest that they be split. So I really haven't changed it substantively at all. It's just that A has been split into A and B and C.
I think that makes sense.
I'm good, yeah. Sounds nice to me.
I just thought it was easier to do it this way. Next one is on page 208, which is section 17.36.050 conditions. I think the conjunction should be and instead of or in each of these subsections.
I'm sorry, where are you?
17.36.050.
Plan development.
Conditions. And what is the revision exactly?
Is changing the word or several times. It's used at the end of the phrase to and.
And, okay.
If we changed it to and, we wouldn't need C. I'm not sure,
Well, that's true. I mean, I don't see much,
unless it's,
I mean,
no, we're looking at the findings, so.
no, but it's, you know, C is unnecessary.
I don't think we can do CEQA as an option.
Right, I think we think they should all be ands.
Yeah.
And I actually think that we should have a reference to the finding.
Me too, now that I went back and reread them.
But maybe we specifically refer to 040
Yeah,
rather than listed above.
that would be great.
But we're putting in the word and instead of or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Next is 225, and that's then
Private entry.
Now he's talking about more.
17.41.040. And the next page, I must have the same thing. We have an and or in there that doesn't have the same. Shocking.
Where is?
So this is in 17.41.040A. Down in the third line from the bottom. If the owner and or occupant
Yeah, it needs a.
needs a slant. And on the next page, in subdivision B, again, third line up from the bottom, and or needs a slant.
I'm sorry, playing catch up. What was the last?
Oh,
B.
17.41.040B,
If the owner.
third line up from the bottom of B, if the owner and or occupant.
Right.
Yeah, I got that.
Was there one in A?
Yes.
Yes.
That was my
Third
first.
line up from the
Third
bottom.
line
Oh,
up from the
okay.
bottom.
Got it.
040A.
Got them both.
We're getting good at it.
Ah,
I
right.
don't
Telling
see it.
people
I
where
don't see
these
it.
are.
Yeah, we're just zipping along.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So my next is 238, 239, and 30 this.
So I have on 227, I just have a question. I didn't have time to go back and
What
check it.
section?
Parking lots, it's a definition. In whatever this section, whole section is, it's like 1742.020, I think. Yes. And it says, surface lots and structures offering parking for a fee. Are we absolutely sure that every time we use the term parking lot, it's in reference to one that is a paid parking lot?
I'm sorry.
These are under the use classifications, not a definition.
Yeah.
So it's a slight difference. When we refer to, we look at the list of permitted uses and we see parking lots, we're referring to that as a specific use, a paid parking, parking lot.
Okay.
As opposed to
It's not this
the
is not a
parking for a
generic.
store. not generic.
Well, that's why I just wanted to make sure we hadn't inadvertently used the term parking lot somewhere else where we didn't really intend it to be used in this
Yeah.
way. Sorry.
Would have slipped into guest parking lots and.
Yeah, right, exactly. So as long as you guys are confident that it's clear, good.
My next one is in the
239.
sexually oriented business. Mine is page 239. There's just several areas where we're talking about any specified anatomical areas.
Where are we?
Oh, no.
And then we have to go back to this.
You're not gonna read the list. It just should be, every time we say that, it should be if it's any, it should be area.
I'm trying to find the page. I'm sorry.
Okay.
239.
239 is a B, okay, so
General.
B1B, and right down to the end.
239.
Sexually oriented.
We're not, we should be on the first page.
We're in the new characterization, so we're
We're
Right,
still,
what's
we're
the
still
number?
not there.
sexually oriented business, it's all.
But what second?
Commercial use.
A, B, C, D.
17, what? 17?
It's, well, if we're gonna go back to the start of use characteristics, that's where we're gonna get the section number.
Yeah. It is on page 232.
232 of the normal packet.
Okay.
The non.
Okay, so, under sexually oriented business, it's B1C. At the very end, area should be singular.
Oh, I see it.
And same thing under E, area should be singular. Oh, for that matter, under A, so we're at B1A,
Oh, yeah, it's the last word.
yeah, should be, area should be singular.
I am not even finding it, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We got it.
It'll be in
Sure,
the-
it's correct.
Who wants him to read it?
I'm skimming, I'm skimming.
Okay. By the way,
Want
I
me to read it out loud now? or-
I think I'm now up to 257, 58. Anyhow,
there
just
it
the,
is.
Three.
I just want to commend Martha and Gina for coming up with these great illustrations about the light cutoff features. Full cutoff, the shielded light fixture, et cetera. And next I have is on 258, so we're in the lighting terms, in the L terms, in the lighting, H is lot. Everybody with me on that?
Yeah.
Okay. A parcel tract or area of land whose boundaries have been established by a legal instrument such as a deed or recorded map recorded. The second- That could be cleaned up and, oh man, okay, this is my last one, guys.
No way.
On my page 261 in N terms. Okay, we also have, along with a list of all these non-conforming terms, is non-conforming sign. So that really should go in as D.
Yeah.
Non-conforming sign, C, quote, sign terms period, non-conforming sign, period. And then re-letter the following.
You can tell I was falling asleep here at the end.
I know all these things.
Yeah.
I'm more accurate than ChatGPT.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
You got a lot of time.
All I have is to take a look at the changes we made on the tables for rec zoning, what's allowed in rec zoning, because that seems to be the only place where I notice things were actually gone. So somebody has a recreation parcel. It appears that they are able to do fewer things, although some of it I think is, if you don't look if you look at that list without looking at our original, our current code explanation, you might think you have a lot more by right options than you actually do.
So this is semi-public, public and semi-public.
What sections?
It's, the zoning is in the public and semi-public
Page 50.
zone.
Is it start of the paper or near there?
So, and the thing that jumps out is there are residential uses listed currently. And here we only have a caretaker unit, which I actually think that what we have now is a better representation of what belongs in the rec zoning. But I just wonder if you've heard from property owners on this. I have a letter from a property owner that somebody forwarded to me.
This the complaining that we would permit a
Yes,
caretaker?
but I think their reading of what they were allowed to do was a little broader than what they're really allowed to do under our current zoning ordinance.
Where's our limitations of what a caretaker unit is?
There is a explanation for caretakers
It's under
unit in
use
here.
characteristics or something.
Yeah, there was that description. But it's basically the person has to either be the owner or an employee who's living there for supporting the business. It's not a for rent unit.
When you can have a shooting range there, so do you want to allow residential uses?
Well,
that's why I think
residential uses belong there anyway.
That's what I'm trying to say.
But under our current one, it does say single family residences and it provides a density for them, how many per acre, but it also has kind of an overarching comment that all these uses have to be in support of recreation. And I'm not even sure how you would do that. So I'm just bringing it up because I see it as a potential area where we might get complaints.
So what the complaint would be was that up until now, we could have a family residence there and that now.
Yeah, and other things are just reworded and it seems to me like everything else is pretty much there.
So you couldn't have a caretaker's home, I guess?
You
can
can
have a caretaker's home, but you can't.
She's saying that's the only
But
option.
it's not a single family residence, which
Right.
is single family residence means.
We probably
you could-
reinterpreted the zoning code as when we said supporting the recreational use, we probably intended that to be a caretaker.
That's what
unit.
that's how
Yeah.
I read it also. And in the past, when people have come to me and asked
Word.
about what they could do on recreational land, I always said it had to be directly tied to a recreational activity. So yes, you can have a bed and breakfast, but it can't just be a bed and breakfast available to everybody. It has to be a bed and breakfast that is related to your primary recreational use. And I don't know if that's it seems like that's what we're trying to do now.
I think this is a great example of why we need to be able to click on that term to find out what it means. Because you look at definitions, it's not there. You look at use characteristics, I guess that's.
So,
Well, it's more, there's lots here in the new proposed one. There's less
Yeah.
information in our existing code, and I think that's why people just jump to those lists and
Right.
say, I can do all these things, and it's like, really, you can't.
I think one of the biggest problems that we have in the rec zone is that those rec zoned parcels were supposed to be open space, public use properties within subdivisions that were supposed to be retained and under maintenance and control of the homeowners association. Over the years, they've sold them off and now they're under private ownership. And, you know,
The most common thing is the golf courses that have been abandoned or
Yeah,
have been
right,
proposed to be
right,
abandoned.
right.
And people see that as a potentially developable
right,
parcel when really
it's not meant to be.
not meant to
No.
be.
It was meant to be held, right,
Exactly, they can come back in and ask for a zone change.
right.
I think this is a great example. I don't know where we say what a caretaker unit is.
I
It's
saw,
not in the definition.
I saw it somewhere.
But, you know, that's why we really need,
Control that.
yeah.
Page 223.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. That's the advantage of having a computer in front of you.
To kind of add to maybe the reasons why caretaker was identified versus single family residential. Also, the general plan in your commercial recreation land use designation for population density, it says not applicable. So it's really intended not for residential, and the description does say residential use is limited to visitor serving, transient lodging types of things. So with that kind of policy direction, kind of coupled with, I think, what was in there, that's where we move towards the caretaker as the.
And I am not suggesting we change it. I like the way we have changed it. I am just pointing out that it's something maybe we need to be aware of because people might be surprised and dismayed because they didn't ever understand what the restriction was before.
Right.
So,
Most times, I mean, a caretaker unit is now, as the use is now classified, I won't say as it is now defined. You know, it's the people and their immediate families. So, I mean, there's not a whole lot of difference between that and.
I think when people looked at the old list, they thought they could do a subdivision on their
Oh,
recreational
subdivision.
parcel.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
It's not a single family residence that can,
Okay,
but anyway, okay.
yeah.
And
Now that I've seen the use classification, it's very well
no,
done.
I think this is great. I think what we have now is the right.
Yeah.
And then my only other thing was maybe to go back and look at the TP zone and what's allowed in it and look at the definition for sawmills.
Okay. And, section.
Page 20.
So lumber mills, sawmills currently listed as a permitted use in the TP zone.
Right. And so then let's look at what lumber mill, sawmill is.
Facility where logs are cut into lumber.
Well, that's short and sweet.
Need we say any more?
So I do see Tom's letter brought this up as a potential fire hazard. And it could be any general forestry or TP, that building a sawmill on the scale of what we used to have in Amador is probably not what we want in those zones. But having a portable sawmill might be fine. You know, that's just there off and on. So I don't know how everybody else feels about it, but these are mostly big remote parcels. And if you have a.
But it's also close to the resource.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Less trucking,
Public comment?
not yet.
Just one moment.
Where is it
Okay.
in our tables for research?
It's right here at the very bottom. What?
Non-industrial uses, okay.
Perhaps if you think that it needs further scrutiny and possible conditions, then maybe you just simply want to make it a conditional use so you can take a look at things like location, proximity.
I would be
Yeah.
far more comfortable with that.
That's good.
And I don't
Administrative?
know, they're like- I would think a conditional
Conditional
use
use permit.
permit, but
Okay.
I don't know, maybe an administrator would be okay. I would think the planning director would be in a position to make. I'm gonna
But
defer that
that's
one to our planning
Making a
director.
judgment sounds not ministerial.
Well, either case, it's a discretionary permit. My thought on something like that, if you're looking at a lumber mill and scale of what's in Martell or what's up in Camino or,
Right.
that's gonna raise a lot of public concern. And you just might as well bring it to the commission rather than have planning director act on it.
Cut to the
deal with
chase.
commission. It's gonna probably end up at the board anyway, so
Right,
Okay, so conditional use.
I would say
CUP?
in both things.
in both of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about that, Tom?
Thank you.
Would you still like to talk?
I'm sure you have that.
Martha, did you get that?
I've got it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna beat up any of my things I've already spoken to, so does anybody else have any other things they wanna talk about before we have public comment on this section? Okay, is there anybody who would like to make a public comment on the sections we've just reviewed?
Right, I just have a couple things. Comment Facino, Calaveras Planning Coalition. Commissioner Lattish suggested before the break that I submit language regarding the special events provision. And so I sent you an email with that. If you want to look at it, that'd be great. The other thing is I was missing, I had to leave for about a half an hour at 11:30, so I don't know what you covered then. Did you already dismiss the environmental protection overlay suggestion, or is that still on the table?
Delayed it.
Deleted.
We discussed it. We decided we could not make an informed decision today on just applying it to parcels. And we discussed whether the EP overlay is the proper one or whether we need a new overlay designation that is geared toward these other issues rather than previously identified environmental impacts. So, the idea is that we will come back and look at this again sooner rather than later. You guys feel like that
Yep.
captured it? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? That doesn't look like there is anybody else unless Annette wants to speak. All right, then I think it's probably time to look at the resolution
Amazing.
unless, Peter, is there anything we haven't discussed? Okay.
I do not have, don't have anything else.
Now I just have to find in my file.
Yes.
So,
As amended.
had some suggested edits to the resolution and exhibit one that were provided to us by Commissioner Lattish. I've copied all those for you and handed them out at the beginning of the meeting, so you should have them in your stack of stuff there.
the resolution, it reflects the two changes that I suggested. Go along with underlining evidence.
I had no issues with the proposed modifications to the resolution.
That's good. Before we make a motion on the resolution, we'll have all the exhibit one.
Yeah, so, exhibit one, I apologize, I didn't do I didn't capture the changes, the initial changes to the structure, in relation to bolding and hyphens and dashes and things like that. I didn't do the track changes, I just went ahead and made the changes and then,
Right,
so.
they reflected in.
Yeah, so the other changes should be reflecting in red.
Except,
I have a problem with the first sentence. See implementation measures sections below for bullet point references to solutions provided by.
provided.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Does that solve your problem?
That solves my big problem.
Okay.
Good. The reason for that statement is that I originally looked at this and I thought, well, wait a minute, we don't, after all these policy things, we don't say anything about what we're doing. We only get to that when we get to the implementation. Then check here. So on page 6, and everybody has the same page 6. Under safety, there's a space between the two lines under S 3.1. We just need to eliminate the space between the second to the last and the last line. Everybody with me?
Yeah.
And on page 7, under S-3U, and then the bullet point, the second sentence of the bullet point should start with a general statement is proposed instead of there will be a general statement. Okay. In here it says there will be a general statement is proposed. The idea is to get rid of the there will be.
Will be, yes.
So it's a general statement is proposed. Oh, let's see. You came close, Gina. Under conservation and open space on page 12. There should be the zoning code update under the COS-1A, not zonage.
Oh, yeah, that's already been corrected.
Everything else, nice suggestion. Appreciate it.
This is a nice little document. I like it.
Well, it shows what we've done and what we're, indicates what we're still working on, which I think is important.
Absolutely.
So, do we want to hear the recommendation?
Are you ready? Wow,
15?
what an exciting moment. Anybody gonna shed a tear?
I think a flourish of puppets.
Exactly. Where is the public?
This is a moment.
Are we ready?
Please do.
Okay. Oh, let's see, goodness. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt resolution 2024-014, recommending the Board of Supervisors adopt an ordinance amending Title 17 zoning of the Calaveras County Code and amending zoning map as described in Exhibit C. It is also recommended that the Board of Supervisors find that the project is a later activity under Section 15168C2 of the CEQA guidelines and is also exempt from additional CEQA review pursuant to CEQA guidelines Section 15183. I probably needed to include that we had amendments to the code as a result of today. Adoption of the resolution recommending the Board of Supervisors amend the ordinance adopt an ordinance as amended.
With recommended then.
We understand.
Yeah.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
And I think that also includes the modifications to the list of zone parcels that were going to be changed. I think we had 3 of them. Or was just 2? 2 in Vallecito that we were.
Oh, the special ones, the 2 in Vallecito, and that's it because we decided not to amend the zoning of the one here in town. Just to leave it as is, A1, AO.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None.
No.
So motion passes 4-0-1 absent or vacant.
Yes.
That's good. She's waited all day. All right, so
Wow.
we still have an agenda in front of us. We have no additional informational items. Are there any commissioner reports?
Just a commendation to the planning staff and consultant for the immense job they've done and the willingness to listen to all our suggestions and make good counter suggestions sometimes. It's really been a great job by all the people who've been working.
Right up until the end, when we're leaving here before 2:30, which is amazing, because we were thinking we were gonna have 2 days. You did a great job, all of you.
Yeah, I want to say a phenomenal job of taking where we were when we left last time and when we came back. I couldn't believe as I went through her, like, I have almost nothing to say. But this is great. You guys did such a good job and improved on things.
No, we have Martha to thank.
And Martha, yes.
We have Martha to thank, and I'm telling you, it was such a good decision on Peter's part to hire her. She has just been phenomenal, and I just can't imagine trying to get through this with anybody but her. But thank you, Martha. It's been great. I'll add you to my Christmas card list.
I was going to say, we'd like to have her back for help on the other section.
I know I'll be back to go through the Board of Supervisors, so you will see me again.
Yeah, she hasn't gotten rid of us yet.
She's almost done with us. And I just wanted to thank everybody for accommodating my schedule. It's so great. I'm not going to miss anything. So.
Can I just say, having arrived late in the process, I really do appreciate Martha and Gina, your hard work. That was, I mean, when I got into the process, I was overwhelmed with just the thought of what you guys were doing. And you guys have basically guided us along, and you've done such a great job. And it's just, I'm impressed, and just want to thank you personally.
And relieved.
Yes. Thank you guys
Yes.
very much.
And planning director reports and upcoming schedule.
So we don't have a meeting the next week. regular scheduled meeting on the fourth Thursday. I'm sure we'll have something for you then. Join the
Yeah,
month
we
of
have
June.
stuff on the 27th we know about,
Yeah.
right? Yep.
And there will be one code appeal coming to you in July.
What kind of review?
You're sitting as the administrative hearing board.
Oh,
Do we have a sense of when hardwoods or any of these other pieces that are the historic preservation might be coming to us?
Probably, the earliest would be August, most likely in the fall. I'm working on Copperopolis Community Plan, the short-term vacation rental ordinance, the Oak Woodlands ordinance, historic protection ordinance. That one is probably most critical in the timeline because the urgency ordinance expires in February, I believe. So that needs to get rolling. Other ones are in various processes, but just with, noticing and SQL review, we're still several months out on that still, but they are in process.
I'd say internal staff drafts have come pretty far.
Yeah.
On these.
So, on that happy note, oh my God, we are adjourning this meeting. 2:22, depending, or 2:25, depending on which clock you like. Thank you, everybody, and I'll see you again end of the month.
Thank you.